Good morning. Oh, goodness. Let's try that again with the mic a little bit further away. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Ice Worlds Festival, Day 2. My name is Ed. I'm just going to be the host for things, so you don't have to pay much attention to me. We're going to be hearing from much more interesting people in just a moment. But before I do that, there's just a few things. We are going to be having a talk, and we're also going to have a bit of a Q&A session. We're also going out live. So what's going to happen during the Q&A session is I'm going to run to you with my microphone, and I will repeat any question. So that seems a bit weird when it happens, but I'm going to repeat the question so everybody can definitely pick it up. I do want to encourage you to go and look at the Ice Worlds Festival exhibitions if you haven't seen them already. And there's more, not just up on the Great Map, but in the learning spaces as well. So if you don't have tickets, there might be still a little bit of spare capacity. So please talk to a member of staff, because we want you to go and experience all of this sort of thing. I'm sure I was supposed to say something else, but I've forgotten. It'll come to me towards the end. But without further ado, I'm going to introduce Ian Rodkin, who is going to be our speaker, our first speaker. Ian is based in Scotland, but has travelled all over the world, which is what we're going to be learning about. And in particular, we're talking about very isolated places, the polar regions. And yeah, I think I'm just going to hand it over to you. And well, take it away, Ian.
Cool. Thanks, Ed. Yes, welcome. Nice to meet you all. Today, I'll be talking about what it's like to live and work in the polar regions. So hopefully many of you have either seen some of the stands or seen in the media a lot of the great research that goes on in both the Arctic and Antarctic regions. Today I'll hopefully give you a wee insight into what it's like behind the scenes and what it's like to be out in the field collecting that data. So yeah, my name is Ian Rudkin. I started out life as a chemist, organic chemist, and worked in cancer research. And then back in 2009, completely on a whim, I decided to apply for a position as a field guide for the British Antarctic Survey. Now, I had no formal background in mountaineering, so I was pretty surprised when I first got offered an interview and then subsequently a position to overwinter here at Rothera Research Station, which is on the Antarctic Peninsula. So I arrived in Rothera and spent 2 weeks familiarizing myself with the systems and equipment that BAS uses, which isn't typical of the stuff you use back in the real world. And then 2 weeks later, I was deployed for my first field project with another scientist out to the Rutford ice stream. And here we are, 78 degrees south on the Rutford ice stream. An ice stream is essentially an enormous glacier, so about 40 kilometers wide river of ice. It's bounded on one side by the Ellsworth Mountains, which is the highest mountain range in Antarctica, and the peak on the far right is actually Mount Vinson, the highest peak in Antarctica. So BAS protocol is, when you land, the first thing you do is establish communications with Rothera, and that's for safety reasons. So the first thing I did was set up my HF, high-frequency radio, got on it, spoke to Rothera, they're happy, we've got communications, the plane can leave. So now imagine yourself, you look around and you've got a pile of boxes, a tent you've put up once before in your life, and a flimsy HF cable swaying softly in the breeze, and the plane is disappearing over the horizon. Sky Blue, the nearest BAS outpost, is about 500 kilometers away, and there's another 800 to Rothera. So I realized then and there I'd probably never been as isolated or as remote in my whole entire life, and I won't lie, it was pretty daunting. However, I will sort of counter that with saying it was an incredibly exciting, and the anticipation was incredibly exciting, because that was what I'd signed up for, and this is the sort of adventure I wanted. So when many people think about camping, they think about the lightweight tent, the lightweight fabrics that you pack up, stick in a rucksack, and move on to the next campsite. The BAS tents are a wee bit more substantial than that. They're actually more similar to the sort of tents Scott would have used over 100 years ago. And they are these sort of pyramid tents. If you haven't already seen one, we have one set up upstairs in the main hall. They consist of like 4 poles, and there's quite a strong sort of ventile fabric, windproof fabric around them. And they're about 2 meters squared inside, so relatively small. However, the BAS system, when it's set up, is an incredibly comfortable sort of way to live, and you'll spend maybe 3 months living in something like this with just one other person, not seeing anyone else, so fairly remote. The small tent on the left is what we call the pup tent. It's also the toilet tent. So many folks ask what it's like to go to the toilet in Antarctica, and the quick answer is you go quickly because it's pretty cold. So these tents offer you a degree of privacy, but they also, more importantly, keep you out of the elements and ensure nothing gets frostbitten. So, yeah, you can see the view from the pyramid. It's pretty nice. So relaxing in such a tent after a hard day's work. Usually at this point today, the scientists on their side of the tent, they're collating that data. They're inputting it, making sure all the instruments work from that day, also preparing kit for the next day. And meanwhile, my job as a guide would be to start preparing food, start preparing dinner. So in the wee inset photograph there, we have a number of boxes. Each one of those boxes contains enough food for a two-person team to live for 10 days. So you have porridge oats for breakfast, you have biscuits brown, which are plain biscuits, and biscuits fruit, which are fruity biscuits for lunch. You have a choice of tinned fish, tinned cheese, or jam to spread on them. And then for dinner, you typically get 3 different flavors of dehydrated food. So you can imagine 3 months out in the field, it's a fairly boring diet, and you definitely crave coming back to the real world. I should also say these boxes are called man food boxes, and I appreciate that's probably not a correct term these days, but the reason for this historically was on your sledge, you'd have man food and you'd have dog food, and you really didn't want to get the two mixed up. So tent life largely revolves around the stove, and the stove, similar to the tent, they're quite sort of old pieces of kit. We use Primus stoves. For heating and keeping the tent light in winter, we use Tilly lamps. So between the two, they're sort of definitely not the sort of things you'd buy in your average outdoor shop in the UK. However, there is a certain charm to them, and particularly in winter when there's a huge storm raging outside and you've got the hiss of the Tilly lamp whilst you're drinking your hot chocolate, reading a book, there's something incredibly sort of pleasant about that feeling and really comforting. So, clothing. A lot of folks, a common question is, how cold is it in Antarctica? Now, I live in the north of Scotland. It's often +4 degrees. It's often raining. We call it dreich weather, affectionately. And folks are always just like, oh, yeah, but you'll be used to this. You come from Antarctica. It must be way colder down there. But the big difference about Antarctica and somewhere like Scotland is that Antarctica is quite a dry climate. So actually, it could be -10, but if there's no wind and the sun's out, you can actually be working in a t-shirt. Particularly if you're digging, it can be quite hot, sweaty work. And to that end, you need quite a good layering system. So you'd end up with a good set of base layers, a couple of mid layers, and then a sort of outer layer. And then finally, as in this photo, a big sort of over-insulated layer that keeps you warm from the elements. Cool, so I've given you, hopefully, a wee insight into the sort of food we eat, how we sort of live and sleep, and the clothes we wear. And now talk a wee bit about the travel, how we get around Antarctica. So Antarctica is a vast continent. It's twice the size of Australia, with a summer population of probably around 5,000 people, 5,000 scientists and support staff. There's not many towns. There's very few airstrips. So the most common way to get around is on these ski-fitted aircraft. And this is a Bass Twin Otter. So the beauty of these planes is that they can land almost anywhere, providing there's no crevasses or any sort of slopes. And that means that the access that the scientists can get into some really, really remote areas. Alongside that, particularly on quite a lot to get around. And this is actually in front of a glacier called Monaco-Breen in Svalbard. And here we were doing some water sampling. So yeah, you use small boats to get around, particularly the marine teams as well at Rothera. They use small boats to take their divers and do that sort of science. And then you may or may not be aware, but there's a big red ship in the Thames, and that's called the Sir David Attenborough. Alongside this ship here, which is the HMS Protector, they're the sort of 2 UK icebreaking vessels. This one here is owned by the Royal Navy, and they perform a huge amount of the sort of logistical work, sort of operations, as well as resupplying all the bases, which goes along sort of concurrently with all the sort of more interesting science that you actually hear about on a regular basis. But for me, my most common mode of transport over the years has been the skidoo. And I like to call this photo the loneliness of the long-distance skidooist. It's really not unusual to have a 100% flat horizon, 360 degrees around you, and to not need to turn your steering wheel for hundreds of kilometers. And at first, you can find this incredibly monotonous because there's just nothing to look at. But then you become really, really in tune with the the more detailed snow around you. You get to feel the snow under the skidoo. There's a phenomenon called surface collapse, which is where the surface collapses a couple of inches. And the first time that happens is utterly terrifying because it makes a big whoomph sound and then ripples out in front of you. You also get a lot of wind-formed snow, so stroogie, and to see them and to keep an eye on those patterns is just really, really, they're ever-changing and interesting and fascinating. So whilst you don't have a view to look at on the horizon, you very much have a lot to look at around the skidoo. And behind the skidoo, we always tow our sort of equipment. So we use Nansen sledges, which are named after Fridtjof Nansen, the Norwegian explorer. They're held together by string and glue, which sounds incredibly basic. However, the difference between that and plastic is that these are very, very easy to repair out in the field, whereas plastic, if it breaks, we have no replacement. We typically carry two main sledges. One is called the full unit sledge, and on that we have everything we need to live and and exist comfortably out in the field. And then once we've set up a main camp, every time we go away, we take what's called a half unit sledge. And that's essentially emergency equipment, so very much basic level of comfort, but enough food and fuel to survive for a month should the worst happen. This photo here was taken on actually crossing Thwaites Glacier, but en route to Mari Birdland. And we were going there for a geological project. And it sort of gives you the idea of the amount of equipment needed to be transported for a 4-person team to work out in somewhere remote for 2 months. We had about over 4 tons of cargo, so enough food, enough fuel, enough petrol, and everything. And actually, the amount of cargo we had here was too much to get there by air support. So we went overland, took us about 3 weeks to get there. So, although a lot of that time was spent sitting in a tent in a storm, so it wasn't driving every day. So I'll now touch briefly on a few of the science projects I've been fortunate enough to be involved in, just to give you a wee idea of the different types of science that goes on in Antarctica. This was a NASA space balloon. So it was launched from McMurdo Station, went up and used the sort of polar currents in the air to circumnavigate the pole. It was about 40 kilometers high, so really high atmosphere. And the idea behind it was this was a telescope that was trained at the outer edges of the universe. So a lot cheaper than putting a satellite up into orbit. This balloon went up and was basically photographing the outside. Our job was basically to dig it out and retrieve, the data. In all of these sort of nozzles, they were the 6 telescopes, and each one was worth $10 million, so a lot of gentle shoveling to tease them out. These photos were taken from a field trip I did in Russia. And here, the scientist Rebecca, she was looking at the snow surface. So we went there through the melt period. We went there from the end of winter through to the start of summer, specifically looking at, there's a thing called the albedo effect, which is basically the white surface of the snow reflects a lot of heat. The black surface of land or water absorbs a lot of heat. So we were looking specifically at that melt period to sort of assess the difference and assess how quickly the snowpack melted in that area and use it to ground truth radar data. Alongside that, we'd also dig snow pits at every location, some over 3 meters deep. And in those pits, we'd have we'd look at the profile, look at the snow crystal structure, look at the temperature, the density, various sort of experiments, just again to get a feel for how quickly things melted and how the different types of snowpack affect that. We also had a wee research associate, so we were staying at Moscow State University's research facility, and the very first day, essentially this dog tagged along and followed us, and we got a little bit fond of him by the end of the 2 months. And here a wee bit about Greenland, across the Greenlandic island with a group of school teachers, performing very simple sort of scientific experiments to basically help them engage with pupils when they went back to school and sort of could try and explain some of the climate science that was going on. Oops. And it'd be bad of me not to mention about working in the polar regions without mentioning some of the wildlife. So obviously polar bears, absolutely fantastic animals to see, superbly suited to the polar regions. This bear had actually just recently crawled out of the sea and was rolling around on the ice floe to absorb the salt water. And where there are polar bears, there are polar bear cubs, which are incredibly cute. Once again, beautiful to see these two, incredibly curious, sort of roaming around. Just out of shot was the mother, and she had a tag on her neck, a collar. It's only the females that have this, because it's only the females that have good necks for it. The males are much more sort of triangular in nature, so the collar would slip off the top. And whilst there's polar bears up north, there's the Where's Wally of penguins down south. Lots and lots of penguins. I think estimated over 20 million breeding pairs. And some of them are pretty cute. These guys were auditioning for Happy Feet. And they're all pretty smelly, though, I can guarantee that. I've been fortunate enough to work on Cygney Island, where we were looking at the long-term monitoring of the different penguin colonies. And that's to sort of assess the impacts of the ice, assess the impacts of the food chain, like the krill chain, and just see what effect that has on the populations and which species bounce back better from different environmental things. And finally, I'd just like to briefly talk to you a little bit about the winter period. So it's quite amazing when the last ship leaves, and between that and the first plane arriving, you have 7 months where you're essentially alone on an Antarctic research station. There's only 20 of you, so it's pretty isolated, and bit by bit, the days get shorter and shorter, and the sun sets, and then it sets, and it doesn't come back up again. And that's an amazing time of the year. You see such incredible stars, such incredible light. But for me, one of the most sort of important or amazing parts of it was that day when the sun rises again. And I never thought I missed the sun. I was just like, it's gone. And I think there's a gradual decrease in how much you miss it, but I find it hard to put into words the sort of feeling you get when the first rays hit your face and that psychological boost you get. You almost have a skip in your step. It's really hard to explain that feeling. And then you get your shadow back, which is an added bonus. But yeah, this photo was taken in I think my second winter, and I lay out in the snow waiting for this photo to take, waiting for the sun to rise. And every time I look at it, like my feelings, I can transport myself back to that sort of situation exactly as it was. So it's, yeah, I'd say if I could recommend anything to you, go in winter in one of the polar regions, because it's an amazing feeling when the sun comes back. So I'd like to thank you very much for listening, and I'm more than happy to take some of your questions. Thank you.
Well, that was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Yeah, folks, we've got time for some questions. So as I said, I'm going to come round to you, and I will repeat the question, which I know seems a bit strange. Yeah, let's see what we can get through.
Hello. Actually, two questions. The first, when you are back into normal civilization, what is the thing that you miss the most? And my second question is, when you are in such isolated places, like the picture that we are looking, how do you deal with the rubbish? I have seen lots of boxes, things, and you said that you are carrying an incredible amount of things. Are we leaving our rubbish there, or are we taking it with us?
Yeah.
So if I can just quickly repeat. So first of all is when you return to civilization, what do you miss the most? And the other thing is about rubbish. There's a fantastic amount of equipment, so how do we deal with that, or are we leaving that stuff behind? What do we do with the waste products?
Yeah, no, both very good questions. So the first question, there's a lot of things you miss because real life has a lot of things going on in it. But for me, certainly fresh fruit and veg. When you winter, it's really nice to get that first salad at the other end. It's also amazing to have a shower when you've been out in the field for so long. But one of the big things that these tents maybe don't show you, and the one inside the main hall doesn't show you, is that they are quite tall, but when they're set up, there's stuff all through the middle. So for the 3 months that you're out there, you can't get dressed standing up. So for me, I always love going back to base, and that first day where I can put my trousers on and put my t-shirt on standing up, I don't know why, but I just find it like such a revelation. So the second question is, it's really good. The short answer is we take everything out. Basically, The only waste we leave behind is grey water, so dishwater and wee. Even solid waste from behind, we basically bring all that back and bring it back to base, where, depending on the substance, it either goes back as recycling waste or it gets incinerated. So we have a license to incinerate certain waste types, basically. Yeah.
If you just bear with me, I will come around. Yes. How long did it take for you to arrive? So how long did it take to get there?
Yeah. So from the UK to Antarctica, it really depends on your mode of transport. So nowadays, if you fly, you can quite happily leave the UK, and the easiest way from the UK to this part of the Antarctic is to fly from Brize Norton in Oxfordshire, I think, and then you fly to the Falkland Islands, and then from the Falkland Islands it's another flight into Rothera. So if you get a good run, you can be there in 48 hours. However, it's very often that the weather doesn't allow you to do that, so you're oftentimes stuck in one airport or another. The other way to get into Antarctica is by ship, and from here it would probably take about a month to sail down there. So the David Attenborough, I think, will probably take about 4 weeks to get down there.
And we've got another question here. What's the coldest month in the Antarctic?
The coldest month in Antarctic, I'll probably be careful here because I'm not a scientist, but the coldest month for me, when I've experienced it, has always been July. So every time I've been down in winter, July has been the month where we've had the coldest temperatures. However, scientifically, they might say otherwise, but that's my on-the-ground feeling, belief. Yeah.
Oh, we've got a young man at the front.
How do you store water?
How do you store water?
That's a very, very good question. Everything freezes, so we spend a lot of time melting snow for water, for eating, for drinking, for washing. Storage-wise, what you'd try and do is you'd fill up your flasks the night before. The insulated flasks you can normally leave out in the tent, but the non-insulated flasks, like my Nalgene, which is over here, basically you'd have one of these melted water. You can use it as a hot water bottle at night, and then you'd keep it in your sleeping bag. It would keep you warm, and that would stop it freezing. So, yeah.
Thank you.
We've got, hold on, bear with me. I'm going to come to the other side. We'll go to this young lady right in the middle. If you shout out to me, I'll repeat.
The boat that's in the room right now, what route does it take to actually get there?
Okay, so a question specifically about the Sir David Attenborough. Do you know the route that it's taking to Antarctica?
Yeah, approximately. So it'll leave the Thames, and then it's going to go back up to Harwich. Is that Kent, maybe? I don't know. My geography of this part of the world is pretty woeful, I'm afraid, so I apologise if I've offended. It goes back up to Harwich. At that point, I think they're planning a crew change so that they'll isolate the crew that's sailing to Antarctica for COVID reasons. Another crew will basically fit it out with all the stuff they need, and then they'll swap crews again, and from Harwich, they'll sail down through the English Channel, across the Bay of Biscay, and then directly towards essentially the Falkland Islands, and then from there, basically down the western coast of the Antarctic Peninsula.
Okay, this young man's had his hand up.
When you launch the plane, how do you fly with, how does the plane not, how does the part not fall off when there's a snowstorm? There's a snowstorm or tornado?
Okay, so the question is, I guess, how does the plane not fall apart in bad weather when you're flying there? Well, I'm going to add to that a little bit, because I'm quite curious about, in general, the low temperatures for operating machinery like that. How do the planes stay up?
So I'm not a mechanic, a plane mechanic, so I don't know all the answers, but certainly these planes are designed, I've not got it up, sorry, but the Twin Otters, they work regularly in the Canadian Arctic in like temperatures -50, -60, as well as down in Antarctica. So the fuels and the fluids they use are all designed not to freeze. But one of the cool things about the wing tips, so all the wings that go along on planes, if they've got wee pneumatic buttons that you press, and that basically flexes the wing tips, so any ice that builds up there, it basically inflates, cracks it off, and the ice falls down. But it's not unusual to be flying along, having ice, particularly if you're going through the clouds, to have ice build up on all the metal bits, and then as you break out through the clouds and the sun hits you, then all the bits fall off, and you're flying along just hearing clunk, 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 which is a bit disconcerting in the first instance, first time.
Can I just quickly follow that up with a question, sort of similar question really, about your photographic equipment?
Yeah.
Is there anything special about that? Or are you is this sort of off-the-shelf stuff? Is this stuff that anybody can go and buy?
Yeah, the photographic equipment I use, it's all off-the-shelf stuff. Normally, the batteries last like pretty good up to about -24, and then once you get below -24, you start to see a big tail off. So I've made my own little insulated bits and warming things. I can put little warm pouches in to keep cameras warm, particularly for time-lapse stuff when it's out overnight. But it's ultimately, it's all shop-bought stuff. It's for that I use anyway.
And is there, I mean, because these photos are amazing, is there anything specific about, say, the quality of the light or even the air? Is there anything that's different, when you get to those polar regions?
I'd say one thing is that it's very hard to take a bad photo in Antarctica because there's no sort of human impact, no human influence, no aerials or anything. But similarly, there's no impact from light pollution. So in the night sky, you do see the Milky Way is like someone's roller painted a white line across the top, and you can get these amazing sort of nightscapes and star trails and things, but without any orange glow on the horizon at all. So yeah, it's very. There are clear times of the season, but generally it's more to do with the lack of light pollution and lack of human structures that makes it so special.
We've got a question here.
How long do the storms last, and what do you do during the time that there's a storm?
That's a good question. How long do the storms last, and what do you do when you're waiting for them to end?
So it's a bit of a joke amongst the job I do that it doesn't really how good your mountaineering skills are, but if you're not good at sitting in a tent reading and drinking tea, then the job's not for you. But yeah, the storms can last anything from a few hours to a few weeks really, depending on where you are in Antarctica. And those 2 meter by 2 meter tents do get quite cramped and quite cozy, not really even be able to go out. But yeah, it depends on your hobbies. Normally you'd, I always used to take a wee cribbage set, so you'd have cards to play with, or a wee Scrabble set. So very much games like that. As times go on and you're away with a scientist, they'll tend to have computers, laptops, and if they're a good scientist, they'll also have a hard drive full of videos. So you'll maybe watch a movie, you'll have a movie night once a week and things like this. But self-entertainment very much.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more question, so I'm going to give it to this young man here.
Why does the sun go down and never come up?
That is a good question. Why does the sun go down and not come back up for a long period of time?
Yeah, that's exactly right. The Earth tilts. So basically, we have the Arctic and Antarctic circles, and they're the lines that are defined, lines of latitude that define where you get at least one day where the sun doesn't rise in the winter, and at least one day where the sun stays in the sky for 24 hours in the summer. And so the further away you get from them, the more and more days of night and a 24-hour night and 24-hour day you get, until you get to the poles, where essentially you get half the year where the sun's up and half the year where the sun's down. And it is all to do with how the Earth is on an axis and which side of the Earth is pointing towards the sun.
Folks,
very good.
Oh, okay, should we do one last one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this man's been patient.
What's the brightest star in the night when you look up?
That's a good question, yeah. I've got to be careful here because there's an astronomer in the room. So oh yeah, go on.
Okay, so the question was, what's the brightest star in the night sky? Well, it's a little off topic, but for us here in Greenwich, we would be looking at Sirius, the dog star. So if you go slightly down and to the left of Orion the Hunter, you will see Sirius. Yeah. Yep, it's very close to Orion. I'll talk you through that later on, but I think...
we see the Southern Cross in the Southern Hemisphere, which is maybe not the brightest, but certainly one of the most obvious features of the night sky.
Folks, we would ask questions, I'm sure, for another hour, but I'm afraid we've essentially got to shoo you out to get another speaker in. So, first of all, can we say thank you once again to Dr. Rudkin. That's absolutely brilliant. Yep. Thank you very much. Folks, just a few other little things. Don't worry, it's not important. If you need to leave, that's absolutely fine. In the Voyagers Gallery, there's some storytelling sessions happening now. So if you've got small kids under 7, then I've asked the storytellers to just hold for a couple of minutes. So if you want to go over to the Voyagers Gallery, that's happening. Please do check out all the exhibits, not just up on the great map, but across the site. So please do check out all that sort of stuff. And of course, there are talks throughout the day. And we also want to encourage you to go and have a little look at the Sir David Attenborough. And on Saturday, if you want to dress up like a penguin, that is encouraged as part of the Penguin Parade, or just in general, but specifically as part of the Penguin Parade. And we're going to get the Sir David Attenborough to honk its horn for us, which is kind of cool. So there's loads of stuff going on. Speak to a member of staff if you want more information, or come and have a chat with me. Yeah, we hope to see you again. Thanks very much for coming, everyone. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the Ice Worlds Festival. Welcome to the series of talks that we're doing as part of that. My name's Ed. I'm just the host, so you won't have to listen to me for much longer. But there's just a few little things. We have a great speaker lined up for you, and we'll be meeting her in just a second. We've also got time during this talk for a bit of a Q&A session. So we really do want to hear from you. We want to quiz our speaker. Try not to make things incredibly difficult. Or maybe a real exam. But during that, because we're also going out to YouTube, I'm going to come to you and I will repeat the question, which always seems a bit strange, but I will repeat the question so it definitely gets picked up and everybody can hear it. I think that's pretty much it, apart from to say that I also want to encourage everybody to go and, if you haven't already, check out all the British Antarctic Survey exhibits that we've got, not just on the Great Map, but we've got them in the learning spaces as well. Please do check those things out and go and take a look at the Sir David Attenborough on the river. Ship in the river, right, everybody? Okay, we'll go and check that out. And also, I'm going to put a call around also for on Saturday. We've got the Penguin Parade, so if you want to dress up like a penguin, there is an official reason to do that now as well. So, you know, but you can do it as well if you want, just off the top of your. Well, anyway, I'm waffling. Now, bear with me. I'm going to introduce the speaker, but I'm going to do a bit of reading because I want to make sure I get this correct. Because I keep referring to you as our speaker. But I do that because I'm saying you've been very generous and been very patient with my terrible pronunciation. But our speaker today, okay, bear with, is Dr. Amelie Kirschgessner. Okay, it's all right. That's my fault. But Amelie is an atmospheric scientist at the British Antarctic Survey, part of the atmospheric ice and climate team specifically, with a research focus on meteorology. And what we're going to be learning about today is about how to do that and how to be a polar scientist. So, well, take it away, Amelie.
Thank you very much for the introduction and welcome to all of you. Yes, as said, my name is Amelie Kirschgessner, and I am by training a meteorologist and a physicist and climate scientist and polar scientist. I'm also a runner and a knitter. But today I'm going to tell you about my life as a polar scientist. During the last year and a half, this is what it looked like to be a polar scientist for me. I was working at home, but I'm not going to bore you a lot with what it was like in my home office, apart from I've got a moral support penguin in my home office. But I'm now going to go through some of the field experiments that I've been through over the number of years. And first we go back to 2005 in spring, where I was part of the field campaign going to the northern Norway. We were investigating what cyclones or low pressure systems, why they form in that area, preferably a lot of them form in that area, and we wanted to know why, and we wanted to know what happens around their formation. I was for that experiment on this research ship, the Irish research ship Celtic Explorer. Colleagues of mine at the same time were flying on the Falcon, a German aircraft, research aircraft. We had a lot of instruments on the ship that measured humidity, measured temperature, wind speed, wind direction. We were launching radio songs or weather balloons around the clock, basically, every few hours. And we were also deploying little buoys that you will see later onto the water, and they would then also measure temperature and humidity and would transmit that back to us on the ship via satellite. And all of that together gives us of information what happens in these low pressure systems. You see there, that's what they look like on a satellite image, so very swirly patterns of cloud, and they're very windy and very moist. So a quick tour about around what work looked like on the ship. On the top, you see what our office looked like on the Celtic Explorer. So everything had to be tied down most of the time for rocking and rolling, and you had to make it as possible, as comfortable as you could with boxes to sit on. This is me launching one of the many radio songs on a good day from board, and this here at the bottom is one of the buoys that I mentioned earlier. My colleague on the left at the bottom is throwing the whole thing overboard, and then it expands, and then this little thing drifts away into the distance, taking measurements as it does so, and transmits them back to the ship, where we then could see what the position of that little buoy was, and the temperature and conditions at that point. And that looks all very nice and fairly civilized. But we were there to study low pressure systems, so most of the time the water in the sea actually looked like that. And launching weather balloons didn't look like that. So like you saw on the other photo earlier, but it looked like that. So we were tied to the railing because the crew was afraid that we would get washed overboard. And as you see here, the balloon goes straight up, but goes horizontally. And so we were watching it and saying, go up, go up, go up, go up. And eventually it actually did go up, but some actually did on the water, and we had to repeat the whole procedure of filling the balloon and everything and try again. So, so these are the stormy times. But when it was calm and nice and clear, we could see the aurora of the northern lights. So that made up for the rocking and rolling on the ship. We fast forward now a few years to another campaign that I've been on, now in the Antarctic. We worked as of northern Norway, the Arctic, and now we go to the Antarctic. You see on the map there on the top left, the Antarctic continent. And this project and these field experiments look like how do the mountains influence what happens on either side of them. So because what we see is that it's a lot warmer, maybe I should go on that side, on your right-hand side of the mountains than it is on the left-hand side of the mountains. And we wanted to know why that is and find an explanation for that. The idea behind it is that air, as it comes towards the mountain and rises, it cools, and the moisture in the air condensates. Some of you might have already heard about condensation in the learning space. And what happens then is that the moisture, when it has condensated, it falls out of the air as snow, and when the air then moves further and descends on the other side of the mountains, it warms up again, and it's drier and therefore warms a lot more than the moist air. And to prove the point, we use an automatic weather station, and this is now data from after 1 year. You see at the top temperature, and you see all through the year we have these periods of very high temperature and at the same time very low humidity. And that's exactly what I mentioned earlier. We're looking for these events where it's very dry and very warm. And we found them. Again, a short business tour, what working for this looks like. This was my office in the research station at Rotorua. This was on your left side of the mountains, while at the same time, colleagues of mine were living like that on the other side of the mountains, where there isn't a research station. So they had to lived in a camp there for some time. They were doing similar things that we did. They were launching balloons, they were taking measurements. And the weather station that I mentioned earlier, this is what it looks like when you put a weather station into the field in Antarctica. You get on a plane, you pack everything up, you fly somewhere where probably no one has ever been before. You get out, you look around, you think, whoa. And then you go build a weather station, put it up, you go make sure it's got power, there's solar power, so you bring a solar panel with them and plug it all together. And then you get back on the plane and fly back to the station. And keep your fingers crossed that the data transmission works back. And fortunately, that all worked very well. And that's why I could show you the graph on the previous slide with the data. This was from that field campaign, probably my favorite photo, which is just one that I took late at night, walking back from my office to the block of the building where we were staying. And it's landscapes like that you also see when you're a polar scientist. You go there and you imagine, you experience these beautiful, beautiful landscapes with the iceberg in the bay. For the next field campaign that I'm talking with you through is we went a bit further south to the station at Halle, so on the Antarctic continent, and that was looking at clouds in Antarctica. What are they made of? Are they made of droplets? Are they made out of ice crystals? How many of these droplets and ice crystals are there? How big are these particles? And what are the particles that the droplets and the ice crystals form on? Where do these particles come from? And we investigated that at Halle, iconic station that you might have seen before, and particularly the ground-based measurements we took in this lab on the bottom here, which you can actually see at the distance, maybe, this tiny spot. It's 1 kilometer away from the actual base in a clear air area, so you don't want any air pollution in that area, and that's why if you want to get there, you have to go by ski or walk there. So that was our commute when we wanted to work in that lab. You put the skis on and walk along there. We also complemented the measurements on the ground in the lab with aircraft measurements. This is our aircraft that we used for this campaign. And on the left here, you see an inlet here on the aircraft, where we sample aerosols, so these tiny particles that are in the air. The probes on the top, underneath the wings, here and there, they tell you about whether if you fly through clouds, whether you will fly through droplets or ice crystals, and they take photos and go 2D imaging, so they also tell you something about the size of these droplets, about how much water there is in these clouds. But they are quite interesting. And at the bottom here, underneath the nose, it's the cloud droplet probe, and that just basically counts how many cloud droplets you catch off while you fly along. Again, so the different workstations on the top left, that was what it looked like inside the station when you had a bit of office desk there. On the top bottom left, that's me in the clean air laboratory working with a bag of air samples. On the right here, you see focus of what it looks like when you're in the aircraft and when you monitor what the instruments all feed into. It all comes together there, and you can see what's happening, and you see some of the ice crystals on the top right there. Sometimes we have to switch power on and heating on, so the instruments don't freeze up. So that's what it looks like inside the research aircraft when you fly on that. On the last day of that campaign, we were lucky enough to go to a nearby penguin colony. So this is a penguin colony. It was December, so summer, and there were lots of penguin chicks there. They still have their gray gown feathers, and soon after they would have changed into the waterproof normal feathers that they need to swim and dive and actually hunt for food. At the moment, they are not waterproof, so they need to stay on land. For the last tour, was the most recent one, we go back to the Arctic. In 2019-20, I took part in Mosaic, which was the multidisciplinary drifting observatory for the study of the Arctic climate. It's a big international campaign all around the German icebreaker, the Polarstern. And the Polarstern was frozen into the Arctic sea ice for 1 year. I was lucky enough to be there at the beginning when we left from Tromsø and went into the sea ice and checked a lot of the instruments up. We see in this cartoon how many different disciplines work together. We had oceanographers, we had glaciologists looking at the ice, we had biologists looking at the ecosystem underneath the water and in the ice. And we were all working together to understand what is happening in the Arctic climate ecosystem and how these components work together and how they react to the change that we're seeing. Here on the top, you see on the map the cruise track where we went from Norway into the ice, then the drift pattern with the ice, and then eventually Polarstern came back to Bremerhaven after a long, long time. In this case, my workspace looked like a shipping container, which we initially used to get all our equipment from Cambridge onto the ship in Norway. And then while we were going north, I converted it into a lab. So we've got filters, sampling systems there. We've got particle counters through inlets in the roof. We've got an aerosol mass spectrometer there. And even a little bit of gas space and lots of other equipment stored away everywhere. One of the instruments that you've seen earlier on the aircraft was now on the crow's nest. So part of my commute was going up and down a ladder here to get to that instrument when I needed to go there. And last but not least, of course, we were working on the sea ice. So we had on the top right, so-called rocket snaps that can collect the blowing snow, so we can measure or get an idea of how much snow is actually lifted up by wind and displaced by wind. And on the left here, it's doing installation and McMath with a lot of temperature, wind speed, wind direction, humidity, the usual thing. But on top of that, we also complemented that with snow particle counters here at the bottom. Again, that help us distinguish between snow that is falling normally and snow that is lifted up by the wind, because we had them at 2 levels. And with that lovely polar bear cup, I'm coming to an end. This was a cup that came with its mother almost daily through the ship while we were setting up. Then we had to drop everything, go back to the ship, be safe, and wait for the polar bear to disappear again. And they were really scientifically very interested. They were sort of investigating everything, and a huge privilege to watch. And I think with that, I'm handing over to you for questions.
All right. Well, first of all, can we say thank you very much to... That was great. Certainly a very unusual set of office environments and a nice commute sometimes. Folks, we have a little bit of time for some questions. Does anyone have anything they want to ask? Your hand's been... Do you have something? I'll come and then we can repeat it. Yeah? Okay. Oh, you've forgotten the question. Well, that's all right. Well, maybe we'll come back to you. Don't worry. Oh, we'll come down the front here. Ah, yes. So what was the lowest temperature you've ever worked in? Because actually, I noticed that you were talking about high temperatures at one point, and they seem to be barely above zero. So what's low for you, and what's the lowest?
The lowest I've personally been into was probably minus 25 degrees. And at the same time, it was quite windy, so it felt even colder. But yeah, that is cold for me.
I think that's pretty cool for everybody. Yeah?
The weather balloons, the meteorological balloons, how high up would they go and how long do they stay up for?
Good question. Yes. How high up do the weather balloons go, and how long do they last for?
They go. They can go up to 25 kilometers. And it can. It depends on the ascent rate, how fast they go up. Depends on how much helium you fill them with, because you have some control over that, and you want it to go at a steady rate, and it takes about 2 hours, let's say, to go that way, and then the balloon expands further and further, and eventually explodes, and then the whole thing drops. And depending on where that happens, you get data while the balloon goes up, and data while the balloon drops very quickly again. Or not the balloon, but the radio song underneath it.
What was the seed that first took you into this sort of work?
Okay, so sorry if I can just repeat, just because we've got people listening home. So it's a good question though, what is the seed that gets you into this work, or got you specifically into this work?
I was, early on, I like weather, and I like experiencing weather and storms and being out in the elements. And I also was quite interested in physics and of how things work, how nature works on a physical level. And so meteorology seemed the obvious way into that. And I studied at Hamburg in the university, and they have a long tradition of working in the polar regions. So I did my diploma thesis in a group already that was involved in polar work. I was surrounded by people who work in polar regions. One of my colleagues at university went to winter in Antarctica. Another one went, while I still was at university, he went on a cruise with the Polarstern to the Arctic. So I was surrounded by people who did these amazing things and went to these amazing places. And I thought, oh, well, obviously that's something you can do. Yeah.
Any other questions? Do we have anyone on this side? Yes.
Just to ask you about what's both poles, what's the difference? Working in the north and south?
Good set of questions there. So you've been both north and south. Which do you prefer? What's the difference between them?
They are really quite different. I mean, not least because the Antarctic is a continent surrounded by ocean, and the Arctic is of a mostly frozen ocean. In the Arctic, in some ways, depending on where you are, you get more wildlife. You see birds, you can see walrus and polar bears, if you're lucky, and they are not too close. You have that experience, while particularly when you're very far south on the Antarctic continent, it's flat, it's very barren, there's no wildlife. It's a very different environment. I'm not sure, they both have their fascination in their own way. Yeah, I'm very glad that I got the chance and the opportunity to experience both of them. And of course, you have to go south to see penguins. So.
We've got this young man here, I think.
What was your first impression when you saw the wildlife?
What was your first impression when you saw the wildlife?
I was just completely overwhelmed and just go, wow. So actually, we didn't see that much wildlife on my first cruise to the Arctic. So the most amazing thing was my first penguin that I saw. And I just almost couldn't believe it. I was walking along, and suddenly there was this penguin in the wild, and it was just there. And they're not shy, they just stand there, and we are told to keep our distance. And sometimes you have to step away because they come towards you. You know, it's not that we need to, not get any closer. We need to make sure that they don't get any closer to us. Yeah.
Got this young man in the middle of the row. What's that?
Did you ever meet any indigenous people in your expeditions?
That's a good question. Do you meet any indigenous people?
I didn't meet any. I worked mostly on working on leaving from Svalbard, which is basically part of Norway and has as such no indigenous population. I haven't worked in the Canadian Arctic yet, but I'd be very interested to tap into their knowledge because that's something that we haven't done enough in the past. And and kind of the whole way of life, I think, is also very interesting anyway, apart from what we can get scientifically out of that.
Okay, I think we've got time for one last question, so I'm going to give it to this young man here.
When you saw like polar bears, or if you saw, did any of the wildlife scare you a bit?
So did any of the wildlife scare you?
Well, you see, when we were working in the Arctic, and we were checking up things on the sea ice, and we were concentrating, and we had fortunately a polar bear guard, so someone who does nothing but looking around and looking out for polar bears. And they suddenly get, guys, there's a polar bear and it's coming our way. You need to stop working now and get ready to go back to the ship. Polar bears can be very fast. So it is really quite clever to do what you're told and not drop everything, but don't hang around, make sure everything's safe and you get back to the ship. It's where they live and we don't have the right to be there. It's a privilege and we need to work with them and make sure that we don't interfere with them. So if they come, we have to step back and go.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Folks, first of all, can we have another round of applause for Speaker Annie? That was absolutely brilliant. Really good. I'm afraid we are out of time for this talk, but having said that, Amelie's out on the exhibits outside in the learning spaces. So
exactly, I'm in the learning space. If you want to grab me and ask more questions or learn more about clouds and sea ice, come and see me and my colleagues there.
Absolutely. And of course, this is just one of our series of talks. So we've got another one coming up at the start of the hour again. We're doing them throughout the day and we're doing them tomorrow as well. Please make sure you go and take a look at the ship and the exhibits. And as I say, dress as penguins if you want to. Why not? But thank you so much for coming, everybody. And we hope to see you again. Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see such a full lecture theatre. So welcome to the National Maritime Museum, and welcome to the Ice Worlds Festival, all about polar science, old and new technologies, and of course the venerable, majestic RRS Sir David Attenborough research vessel, which is currently moored near the Catisac. So if you haven't seen it already, do go and take a look before it sets off on its first ever mission down to Antarctica. There's lots to take in today and tomorrow. There's exhibits, talks, tours, storytelling, and there's a penguin parade, which kicks off tomorrow at 4 p.m. So if you're around for that, do take part. I'm told there is capacity yet for the Ice World Festival, which has recently increased. So you can scan this QR code with your smartphone, and chances are you will hopefully find a ticket. But for now, we've got our 1 p.m. talk, Antarctic Sea Animals, or Antarctic Wildlife, where we will look at sea life in some of the coldest and remotest places on Earth. Our speaker, Hugh Venables, is project manager at the Rothera Time Series, part of the British Antarctic Survey, which is a program designed to monitor the ocean and climate to understand changes that occur over decades. There will be a chance to ask questions later on, so as the talk progresses and you see some wonderful imagery, do think about the questions that you might want to ask towards the end. And with that, over to you, Hugh. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think the first thing to say is that although I'm paid to be an oceanographer at British Antarctic Survey, this is very much a hobby talk. I've had 18 months at sea, 6 months on base. So this is the hobby that goes with me, the things that helps pass the time. But in that time, I've seen some pretty cool things, been some pretty amazing places. So just want to take you, sort of go through the areas that we go with on the ship. So this is almost starting at the end, at the very heavy sea ice. There is a bit of wildlife here, there's a snow petrel. But this is kind of when it gets really seriously cold and icy. So getting our bearings, I think anyone who's been in the hall into the great map, we've kind of got an idea. We're in the South Atlantic, Southwest Atlantic, Falklands, South Georgia, South Sandwich, South Orkney, South Shetland, and the peninsula. So it's just going to be a journey through this area and its wildlife, labelling up some of those places that we'll be referring to along the way. The places in blue are our bases. Halley's off the map by a long way. That's a different game, out into the really heavy ice. So it'll be a journey through here. And then again, to get bearings as to sort of how far south we are, although there's a huge amount of ice here, it's not as far south as equivalent to the north. So the Falklands is about level with where we are now. So areas which we're used to as being warm, covered in trees, even as you go up to North Norway, because you've got the warm ocean currents keeping them warm, it's a very different environment to the Antarctic Peninsula, which is cut off. The circumpolar current coming through here very much keeps this area very cold and this area warmer. Whereas around Britain, we get the warm currents, but that's enough oceanography for the talk. Penguins, that's better. So we're going to start at the Falklands. As I say, the Falklands, similar latitude to here. If you go out on a good summer's day, it's a very nice, very pleasant place to be. Beaches look incredibly Hebridean. Anyone who's been to the Outer Hebrides or even perhaps Shetland would recognise most of it, except for the penguin colonies. This is about a 2-mile walk from where the ship moors up, so we can do this after dinner as a nice evening walk. So these are Magellanic penguins. They nest in burrows, and so they're reasonably secure on the mainland. The beach behind, until very recently, was a minefield, so it was very good for not being disturbed. Also in the Falklands, we've got king penguins, really kind of classic big penguins. They're about up to your sort of my mid-thigh as a size. And they're just out. You can, with care, you can get up pretty close to them, and they're not too bothered. Also on the Falklands with Gentoo penguins. where we go more up at the Navy base for refueling. There's about a 10-mile walk and get out to a colony, and just you're free to just be in amongst them. It's really quite a privilege. It was quite windy, so this one just came and sat in my lee. I was sat there in a white t-shirt, black trousers, and it thought I was a penguin, because in their world, if it's lying flat, it's a seal, and if it's upright, it's a penguin. There's not. We've even had penguins that rather join in football matches, because if you're upright and squawky, you're a penguin. We've also got the rockhopper penguins. They live up to their name. They come up, they climb up really steep slopes. Even as a human, we're reasonably good at scrambling, but these are getting up some pretty good slopes, which gets them away from the seals, gets them away from some of the predators, like a sea lion that might get into their colony. They're trying to get away from those. And they climb up and feed their chicks. One of the really good things about getting down there is especially if you go down in sort of November or December, you leave from sort of the start of our winter and you turn up in the middle of their spring. And you sort of get another good season, another time to see all the young birds. There's lots of other wildlife on the Falklands. It's reasonably diverse. This is just a couple of examples. So you've got Coscaroba swan, the smallest swan in the world, and the flightless steamer duck. Again, you're on an island, there's not many predators. Things get better at swimming than they do at flying, which is following the penguin's lead on that. The seas offshore from the Falklands can be incredibly productive. So this is part of a bay full of sooty shearwaters, tens of thousands of them. And yes, it's a montage, but it's taken from the same place as surfing Commerson's dolphins coming into the breakers. So they're one of the small dolphin. They come very close inshore. Even when we're tied up, they can come alongside the ship. So this is our previous ship, the James Clark Ross. So yes, we're excited about the new ship, but this was brilliant. We really love it. And so this is what we would go out and do our oceanography on, and we're really looking forward to getting the new ship to replace and improve on that. So we're setting off from the Falklands towards South Georgia on this trip. So we've got more dolphins, Peale's dolphins, hourglass dolphins, and we've got albatross. Albatross are one of the amazing birds to see out there. Huge wingspan, can just ride the wind. Black-browed albatross. Most of the world's black-browed albatross breed on the Falkland Islands, and you can see huge numbers just offshore. One thing to note, which you'll kind of see on other ones, whatever the birds do, however much they're banking with the wind, eyes are level, heads level. They just keep their bearings, make sure they know where they are. These are grey-headed albatross, so these breed on South Georgia. They're a sign you're kind of making progress. Really lovely-looking things, but declining quite rapidly. They get caught by fishing boats when they put hooks out behind them to catch fish. These dive down to catch the bait and get drowned. So there's a lot of work. South Georgia, they've made a big progress. South Africa and Namibia have done really well. Other countries, there's still a lot of albatross being killed, and the numbers are going down. Southern Royal Albatross comes all the way across from New Zealand. So they breed in New Zealand and winter near the Falklands just because it's so productive, it's somewhere to come and feed. Lots of small birds. So you're still quite a long way north, you're still quite diverse. And you've also got birds coming down from sort of mid-Atlantic, sort of Tristan da Cunha and Gough area. So again, they like riding the updraft of the ship, so you can actually get really good views, get them coming in very close. And now we get to South Georgia, and this is a wandering albatross. So by wingspan, the largest bird in the world. On base, they've got a wing from a dead bird they found, and on me, a single wing is up to my shoulder, and then the body, and then another wing. So they really are huge things. And also, South Georgia as an island the mountains are huge. It's sort of alpine scale mountains, much bigger than anything in the UK. Again, coming in close to the ship, this is a young wandering albatross, so they get gradually whiter with age. And you just start to get a feel for how big they are and how close they get. Seabirds have these tube noses, so kind of as a group they're called tube noses, which means they have a good sense of smell. Generally, birds have an awful sense of smell and an awful sense of taste. That's why you can put chili powder on peanuts to keep the squirrels away. The birds aren't going to notice. But these will forage, but they will smell things out in the ocean. Every so often you can see them actually do it when there's something dead in the water, and they come in and scavenge. Light-mantled sooty albatross, another species that breeds on South Georgia. Really lovely thing. Able to dive a few meters to go down and catch food, but again, come in close to the ship. So this is Stromness. This is one of the old whaling bases. They were abandoned about 1964 when they realised that they were killing most of the whales. They thought they were going to come back and kill the rest. So they left everything there. It was sort of all the cutlery and plates and bedding was there, and people would squat in there in the 70s and do science in the bay. And this is the end of Shackleton's trek over South Georgia during his escape from the ice in Elephant Island. This is part of our base at King Edward Point and another old whaling station at Grytviken. This is sanitised for tourists, so asbestos and stuff is removed. But so it means you can walk around it. These are young fur seals, and it's heartening to see the fur seals in amongst the whaling station. These were almost hunted to extinction. They got down to a few hundred in the world. Now the estimate is somewhere in the region of 3 million. So they've gone from almost extinct to annoyingly getting in the way. They kind of have the attitude of a small terrier in something the size of an Alsatian. So they're not to be messed with when they're properly fighting. A short walk round from the base, Penguin River, more king penguins. There's huge numbers of king penguins on South Georgia, and amazing backdrops, amazing scenery. Some small birds, so South Georgia pipit is one of the most remote small birds. They responded very well from rats being removed from the island, so they spread an awful lot of poison by helicopter. Now they're not being eaten, they're doing really well. One of the rushes to get the rat work done is these glaciers are retreating very fast, sometimes up to 1 metre a day, and it's leaving these gaps in front of them. And so the ability to do the rat eradication on a big area was you can do one area and then do another area. And as the glaciers retreat, those areas merge. So it was a bit of a race against time to get it done. And they managed it, and it's made a huge difference. This is Bird Island, our kind of main albatross study station, on an offshore island from South Georgia. So you get to see wandering albatross and their chicks. Black-browed albatross breed within a summer. Wandering albatrosses breed through the winter just because they're so big. Along with king penguins, they need the extra time. So their chicks like that will survive through the winter on their nests. There's also macaroni penguins breeding out there. They're studied quite heavily. And that's one of the main South Georgia species of penguin, along with kings. Another species that's recovering, this is a southern right whale. People kind of know about right whales as the right whales to hunt, that they're slow, they're near shore, and they float. So they were very, very rare, but they're now recovering across a lot of areas, New Zealand as well, which it's a conservation success story, but really what it teaches us is if you don't kill animals, they do better. It's not particularly kind of complicated science on that one. This is another southern right whale just playing in the snow. They spend a lot of time just kind of lying around at the surface. So now we're kind of heading off from South Georgia through the windiest areas. This is a fairly standard day. But fortunately, we're always allowed out on deck, up onto this top deck, and you can just watch the weather, see what comes by, and then get across that into the next set of islands, the South Orkneys, and just and go to our next base at Sydney, which is another area for studying penguins and other animals. So we've got the chin-strap penguins, so fairly clearly got the chin strap, and then the Adelie penguin. So we're starting to get to the really southern species. They're one of the most southerly, one of the most extreme species. Where there are penguins, there's penguin waste and eggs. Where there's penguin waste, there's sheath bills. So they're chicken-like things that run around and clear up what they can. Vegetation-wise, this is about all we've got left, sort of mounds of moss. They don't look like much, but some of those have been there for centuries, if not millennia. So there's people who study them, but when moving around, you've got to be very careful to what you take for granted in the UK is very precious down there. So moving on, this is Elephant Island. So this is kind of where Shackleton set off. I should have said at the beginning with the map, Elephant Island to South Georgia is a bit like Glasgow to Iceland. It really is quite an incredible trip that was done. We're getting down to the peninsula, so we're picking up more whales. We've got fin whales, which rarely come in close to the ship, but they're the second largest animal that we've ever had, and their numbers are increasing, like the southern right whales. The hunting stopped. Blue whales got very rare because they were the target species. Then they swapped to fin whales, but while looking for fin whales, they wouldn't say no to a blue whale. So they went down to the point of being hard to find, and then they went down again as people were hunting fin whales. Humpback whales, a little bit smaller, weren't hunted quite so much, and they breed slightly faster, so their numbers have really come up very strongly. And you see large numbers of them. Any photos you can get under the tail, because they can be very different. They can be sent off for photo ID, and animals can be tracked from Antarctica up to South America and back through their migration. Minke whales are slightly smaller, but you can see large numbers of those down the peninsula. Still lots of penguins. Gentoo penguins are doing, as things warm, as the ice retreats, then Gentoo penguins are doing well and increasing, as are chin-strap penguins. So they're the kind of slightly more temperate, slightly less extreme species compared to Adelie. So we've got down the peninsula now, and we've got to our base at Rothera. So this is our main base in Antarctica. So it's got a runway, hangar, and then all our sort of accommodation and food buildings, and then science building near the south end. And the ship will come in and tie up alongside the wharf at the end. So you've got a very compact base with an awful lot of capability, and it really is quite an impressive place. We can go out and do science with small boats. People can fly out into the deep field and do science in large tract of Antarctica. So this is the ship leaving from Rothera. It's slightly strange when you get so used to living on it to see it disappear and leave you behind. But you get an idea of the sort of the bay and the area that we can work in there. But we've got the dive boats, so we can go out and do our work, and we can get to drive these boats in amongst the bay. Rothera has a lot of seals, so these are Weddell seals. Quite cute, quite sort of Labrador-like, and they're lying around base most of the time. Crab-eater seal, they tend to stay further out on the ice. Despite the name, they don't eat crabs, they eat krill, like a lot of things down there. Krill's one of the main food sources. Leopard seals eat penguins. I think these penguins are fine. They were when I left. So they're really quite impressive beasts. We have to be careful. We can't dive when they're around because we have, unfortunately, had bad experiences with them in the water. But they're a very impressive beast. Like the gentoo penguins, elephant seals are spreading down the peninsula. We're getting more of those on base. If they sit around in the shallow water and play fight, that's really fun. If they lie in the middle of the runway, that's more of an issue. But great to have them around. Also fur seals, so South Georgia's been the sort of the core place where they've recovered. They're spreading down the peninsula. Is that climate change? Is that just them recovering their own old haunts? It's pretty hard. When two things are changing at once, you can never be sure, but they're fine beasts to have around. In terms of birds, we're starting to get into a more extreme environment. We're running out of species. The diversity we have at South Georgia is starting to run out. These are South Polar skuas. A recent survey showed that we've got about 10% of the world population in the area around Rothera. Kind of our offshore rocky islands have produced really good breeding areas for them, and you see big flocks of them out there feeding. They actually breed on base, so we have to study them quite carefully because we're interacting with them and potentially disturbing them, but we work quite well to leave them their space. Wilson's petrel, so this is the smallest of the seabirds out there. They can nest right down into Antarctica, and you just see them sort of hop, almost walking on the water, just keeping their wings out to balance them, looking for tiny little morsels to feed on. Antarctic shag, so like a cormorant-like thing, they're around, and we're allowed to walk around the point, so we get to get out and see these things. And the Adelie penguins, so as I say, they're one of the most southerly species, and they're around. They don't breed on base, but they're always around, and young birds sometimes turn up. The other photo is taken at about midnight, so we're just inside the Antarctic Circle now. So in midsummer, the sun doesn't set. Similarly, we've still got a bit of green vegetation, but this really is the spot for it. This is an outer island with Rothera in the background, and this is as much as we've got. Whales, we've got killer whales, quite famous killer whales. They're the ones that wash seals off icebergs in the Blue Planet program. That's the pod of orcas that we've got. And again, we don't dive when they're around, although we've never had a bad experience. We know who's going to win if there is one. This is a humpback whale again. As I say, when you get out in the small boat, you chance to get a slightly different, slightly closer feel. We saw this one feeding. We were trying to get back to base, but we just cut the engine and drifted. Don't disturb it, and just enjoy the views. That's base in the background with them. So the cranes are for making the wharf to make the wharf bigger so that the new ship can get in. This water coming out is the tongue pushing the water out so they can filter out all the food that's in the water after taking a big mouthful. And so in terms of the ship, I'm going to take a bit of a cheat and jump over the peninsula. We've got 4 twin otter planes, which for one of them it's a day trip out and back. For the ship, it would be more like, it'd be over a week. But we're going to jump into the Weddell Sea and get properly cold. This is about -10. So this is sea sprays freezing on the bow of the ship as we were pushing into some very cold winds. And you get big sea ice, very, very remote and completely barren hillsides. And you get to the point where it's almost too severe. You're really just down to the last very, very well adapted birds and penguins. I should at this point just very quickly say I've been doing kind of the animals in terms of the birds, the whales, the seals. If we go underwater, we've got all of the algae growing. There is huge amounts of life. It's just a question of getting to it. And the things that live in the sea, the krill, the copepods, they can feed very happily and are protected by the ice. Things fall down to the bottom, and there's a huge diversity of benthic creatures that are living under the sea ice. These are compilations put together by a colleague. And it can be really surprisingly both diverse and abundant. So when I say we're running out of wildlife, I always get told off for not mentioning the benthic creatures. But down to the last three, the last sort of very, very Antarctic species, we have the Antarctic petrel. They fly inland to breed on nunataks, so little bits of rock that emerge from the ice, as do snow petrels. Snow petrels do better on camouflage than Antarctic petrels. So they're the most southerly ones. And then we've got to finish with the classic Antarctic animal of the emperor penguin, which is as I'm sure most people know, breed on the sea ice through the winter. And seeing these down in their environment is very, very special.
Wow, thank you, Hugh. So I think what struck me was the sort of personal touch to these images, which contrasts what we're used to seeing, which is quite slick and sometimes over-dramatized. And this, for me at least, and I don't know if you agree, really brought it home in a very different way. Right, Q&A. I hope some of you have thought of some questions that you'd like to ask. You there, young lady. How long, good question. How long does it take for a penguin egg to hatch?
So for the smaller penguins, then I think it's about 3 weeks. I don't know for emperor penguins, but it'd be a bit longer. Sorry.
How long can albatrosses go underwater for?
So albatrosses are very, very good at flying, but they can only kind of dunk down underwater. So they're probably not as good as humans at diving down. The problem when they get caught by the fishing boats is as the hooks are being put in the water, they can kind of catch them as they go in. So a lot of the mitigation, the ways of trying to stop the albatross getting caught, is if you can just keep them a little bit away from the boats, then the hooks can get deep enough and then everything's okay. So they tow like coloured plastic streamers. It doesn't have to be a high-tech solution.
Right, we've got another question here at the back. How fast can a penguin swim in water?
It's a pretty similar pace to the ship, I would say. So that's about 10 miles an hour, which would be a good running pace.
Why does one bird have a yellow bit at the end of its beak, I think was the question.
I'm trying to remember. So grey-headed albatross have a yellow line down the top of the beak, which I suspect is... So albatross are very sociable. They dance with each other, they display, and they mate for life. So some of the kind of colours around the beak and around the face will be partly for display and for mating and sort of developing a bond.
Young lady here.
Does it get too hot for the creatures underneath the water?
Thank you. With climate change, does it get too hot underneath the water for creatures?
The things in Antarctica are very well adapted for being very cold. So they're the most sensitive to change. If you warm Antarctica by 0.5 degrees, proportionately, that's a really big change for them. Whereas if you warm here by 0.5 degree, then it won't make as much difference. So yes, they are more sensitive than most animals.
I think the question is, how long will a poisoned bird last?
I think, I mean, when they spread the poison in in South Georgia to get rid of the rats, there was an issue with that poison going into birds. And one of the advantages of doing it sector by sector across 5 years is that although the glaciers block the way for the rats, they don't block the way for the birds. So there wasn't very much secondary. There was a few skewers got poisoned, but there was a chance that the birds could move back into the area that had been baited. It turned out not to be much of an issue, but it was one of the safety measures rather than baiting the whole place at once, which would have harmed the birds just as much.
I think we've got time for one more question before we break off. Who wants to ask a final question? Yes.
Well, I once phoned home.
Sorry, can I just repeat the question? Are penguins as cute as they look? Can you walk past them, or do they bite you?
They won't bite you. I mean, they might shout at you, and they'll let you know if you're near their nest or near their eggs. Then they've got every right to tell you to back off. I did once phone home and complain to my mum that a young penguin had been sat outside my bedroom window calling all night. And she wasn't very sympathetic after I'd been obsessed with penguins from this eye. But apparently I wasn't allowed to have them as a problem anymore.
And Hugh, can the audience find you after this talk?
Yes, so I'm on the Polar Robotics stand with the gliders and the EcoSub. So that's proper job area. So yeah, I have a lot of photos on the phone, so if people want to come up and ask more questions. One thing I realised I didn't say about the albatross is that they can live up to 50 or 60 years. So when one gets killed, it's really a big problem. They breed very slowly. So that's just one thing I just realised I didn't say.
Right, so with that, can we all say thank you very much to Hugh Venables and give him a big round of applause. Thank you.
My name is Ed. I'm one of, well, actually, I'm an astronomer. I usually work at the Royal Observatory. But I'm just going to be the host, so you don't have to pay that much attention to me. There's just a few things I want to go over before we have our wonderful speaker to listen to. First of all, just a general encouragement to go and look at the exhibits in the Ice World Festivals if you haven't had a chance to see them. And if you haven't been able to get a ticket already, there is a bit more capacity that's been added in. So you can either scan the QR code on your leaflet or talk to a member of staff. So there's a little bit more capacity, and we really want you to go and check out all the cool stuff that's going on. The other thing is this is a combination of talk and a Q&A session. So we really do want you to be asking us questions, or not me, actually, our speaker, of course. You can ask me questions, but I don't think I'll be able to answer much. So please do that. Slightly unusually, because we're also recording this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to repeat the question. It always seems a bit weird, it sort of breaks up the rhythm a bit, but I'm going to repeat the question just so it definitely gets picked up on the mic. Please do join in. It's such a wonderful opportunity to speak to people. But with that sort of stuff out of the way, I'm going to introduce our speaker. However, I am going to use my notes because I want to make sure I'm going to get this correct. So our speaker is Rob Larter. Let me see if I get this correct. So you're the Deputy Science Leader of Paleo Environments. Is that right? With the National Oceanography Centre? No, that's right. Okay, sorry, it's Paleo Environments with the British Antarctic Survey. But we're going to be talking a little bit about the... Okay, all right. Too many acronyms, I can't remember it. Your research concerns the history of ice sheets and glaciers. The history of ice sheets. And in particular, we're going to be talking about the Thwaites Glacier and particularly very popular Boat Face and how we do that. Okay, I haven't covered myself in glory, so I'm going to hand over to you, Rob, and we'll see how we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying Ice Worlds. So Ed introduced me. I'm Rob Larter from the British Antarctic Survey. I'm a marine geophysicist, and I've been helped with the slides here by Martin Furlong and Matthew Palmer at National Oceanography Centre, who are a senior engineer and a senior oceanographer there who've been involved with the Boaty. So the point of this talk is, what is Boaty McBoatface and why is it going to the Thwaites Glacier? Now, I imagine some of you know some of the history of the name Boaty McBoatface. So can we please put that to one side? I don't want to go over that. The name now applies to a submersible vehicle that scientists, an autonomous submersible vehicle that scientists can program and send off on missions to collect all sorts of data. Now, before I come and talk about Boaty, one thing I would say at the start, I'm supposed to make this talk accessible to 7-year-olds. This is a big challenge for me. I'm normally talking to other scientists, so I'm trying to do my best. Please cut me some slack here. I'll see how much I can make it all understandable. Before I talk about Boaty McBoatface, I'll get to that at the end. Mainly, I want to talk about Thwaites Glacier and why it is a focus of a lot of scientific interest at the moment. So, question for the younger people in the audience. Thwaites Glacier is in Antarctica. Which way do I need to go? This is a Google Earth view of the world looking down on us in the UK. Where do I need to go? To the top or to the bottom? The bottom. Let's see. Where are we going? We're going down. So all the people who said down, you were right. So the Antarctic, it's at the bottom of the world. So we're going down past Africa, down past South America, and here it is, all this white stuff coming into view. So, Thwaites Glacier, TG there, that blue outline is the area of Thwaites Glacier. It looks quite small compared to the whole of Antarctica, doesn't it? So why is there so much interest? In a nutshell, the interest is because of the implications what's happening there could have for sea level rise in the future. The other thing I want you to note here is it's very remote. So the nearest places where there's permanent human habitation, permanent research stations, are the British Antarctic Survey at Rothera, which is on the Antarctic Peninsula, and the American research station at McMurdo in the Ross Sea. And both of those are more than 2,000 kilometres away. And it's also a long way from South America or New Zealand if you're going by ship. So it's an incredibly remote place, and that's why for a long time we really didn't know a lot about it. And now there's a big effort to understand what's going on there since we've seen what satellites show us. So how much of all the ice in the world do you think is in Antarctica? Does anybody know this? 90%. Somebody's done his homework. Spot on. More than 90% of all the ice in the world is in Antarctica. And if instantaneously, if it was all melted and put in the ocean, that would cause the sea level, global mean sea level, to rise by 58 meters. Don't panic. That is not going to happen in the lifetime of anyone here. It's not going to happen in the lifetime of the great-great-great-grandchildren of anyone here. But that's a lot of ice, and it's a lot of potential sea level rise. Even if a small proportion of that ends up in the ocean, it's going to cause major problems worldwide. So what this map is showing, based on satellite data, is how the Antarctic ice sheet has been changing since the early years of this century, since 2003. So the areas that are a little bit bluish, there's a little bit of the ice surface is going up a little bit there. We're gaining a little bit of ice. The areas that are orangey, we're losing ice. And the areas that are red and going into purple, we're losing a lot of ice. And so that blue outline is where Thwaites Glacier is. And you can see the whole of that glacier is an area where we're losing. It's in the middle of an area where we're losing a lot of ice. Many meters a year, the surface is going down over the lower part of Thwaites Glacier. So as I said, it looks pretty small, but in reality, you probably think of many of you probably think of a glacier like one you may have seen in a mountainous area like the Alps. This is huge in reality. It looks small compared to Antarctica, but compared to the size of Great Britain, it's about the same size as the main island of Great Britain. So just one huge glacier, a lot of ice. So one more thing I want to tell you about the Antarctic ice sheet. We mainly think about it as two ice sheets, in fact. The East Antarctic ice sheet, which is mostly on rock above sea level, and that's the area that's gaining ice a little bit, although it's losing ice around the fringes. And then WAIS, WAIS, the West Antarctic ice sheet. You can see that a lot of the West Antarctic ice sheet is losing ice, and Thwaites Glacier sits right in the middle of it. And it's the West Antarctic ice sheet that is the cause of concern, knowing what's going to happen there in the future. It's the biggest uncertainty in predicting future sea level rise is how the West Antarctic ice sheet is going to evolve into the future. And this explains the reasons for that. So there's your red outline of Thwaites Glacier. So this is the bed of the ice sheet. This is the shape of the bed of the ice sheet and its depth. Everywhere that's blue on this map is below sea level. The deeper the blue, the deeper it is below sea level. The yellow and the red bits are above sea level, the rock surface. So you can see almost all of the bed that Thwaites Glacier sits on is below sea level, and a lot of it is very deep. Parts of it are more than 2 kilometers below sea level. And it also, as you go back from where the glacier flows into the ocean here, it gets deeper, and that's very important. Years ago, glaciologists did some thinking about this, and they realized where an ice sheet is flowing on a bed that gets deeper upstream, there's the potential for instability, that there's a potential for unstable retreat. If it starts to retreat, this could start to run away. So, right, this is the most complicated image I'm going to show. Don't turn off. It's got mathematical symbols on it, but I'll try and explain it simply.
So, there is still some land there, so how would it escape?
So,
It's trapped in between.
So that's where, that's with the coast. This little straight red line at this end, that's where it meets the sea. And at that point, it's hundreds of meters below sea level still. Like this, as you see here. This is like a section drawn down the middle of Thwaites Glacier. So the thing is, an ice sheet that's on a bed like this, all below sea level, at some point it's going to go afloat as it thins and flows seawards. And that's what we call the grounding line. Now, and this ice here, that's in what we call an ice shelf, that's already floating. It's already, you may have heard of Archimedes. Something floating in water displaces its own mass. That's already displaced its own mass. For all intents and purposes, we can consider that as part of the ocean. So this grounding line, this is the gateway where ice is going through to be lost from the glacier. So if we move that, if for any reason that grounding line moves back a little bit, it's become a bit taller. We've widened the gateway. So even if the ice continues just flowing at the same rate, we're going to be exporting more ice from the glacier. We've changed the balance, and the further back it goes, the worse this gets. And there's another problem as well. We're also exposing it to more warm water, but I'll come back to that. So, hope that wasn't too complicated for people. No more mathematical symbols. So, rather like that section, that cross-section I just showed, so Thwaites Glacier finishes in ice shelves, bits that float over the ocean. On the right is Thwaites Glacier. This is a satellite image showing the front of Thwaites Glacier. And then you've got these floating bits that we've given two different names to, the eastern ice shelf and the glacier tongue. So those are what we call ice shelves. And if you go to the front of one, this is a picture I took nearly 3 years ago on a research vessel where we went right along the front of the ice shelf, not just for fun. We were surveying the seafloor there, but that's what it looks like. So, over the last 30 years in Antarctica, we've witnessed the collapse of quite a number of ice shelves. And I don't think, I often object to people using the word collapse with regard to ice sheets, but I don't think it's exaggerating compared to ice shelves. The best documented, the best known and best documented one was the Larsen B ice shelf, which is on the east side of the Antarctic Peninsula in 2002. And I'm going to show you, this is what it looked like at the end of January 2002. I'm going to show a GIF now which cycles through a sequence of satellite images showing what happened over the next 2 months. So that's what it was like, and that's how it finished. So it's just like in 2 months, the whole ice sheet just exploded apart. But that's not the really significant thing. I mean, that's spectacular. The really significant thing that we learned from that is from the glaciers that flowed into this ice shelf. Over the next year, their flow rates increased significantly. So they were putting more ice into the ocean, contributing to sea level rise. So events like this demonstrate beyond any doubt that ice shelves act to hold back glaciers, they act as a brake on their flow. So, at Thwaites Glacier and around it, all the ice shelves are thinning quite rapidly. So on this map, all the ice shelves that are in red or even orange are thinning quite rapidly. You know where Thwaites is now. I'm sure I don't need to point that out again. And we know the reason for this. It's not atmospheric warming, because even in summer there, it doesn't get warm enough to produce significant surface melt. Even today, even after some warming, it's still too cold all the year round for the surface to melt. Not like Greenland, where you see streams and lakes on the surface. The reason we're losing ice here is undoubtedly because of the impact that contact with warm water coming from the deep ocean is having on it. And the point of this map is it shows the water temperature at the seabed all around Antarctica. So where you've got blue colours, that's relatively cold seawater at the seafloor. Where you've got red colours, pink colours, that's quite warm, relatively warm water at the seafloor. And you can see that where the warm water is where we're getting these dramatically thinning ice shelves. And the other thing that I need to tell you about the warm water, it's more saline. It's got more salt in it than the cold surface water, which makes it dense. So it sits at the seafloor. It's only beneath about 400 meters water depth. So what we're looking at here on this section, which is this is a profile along this curved purple line. The blue colors are the cold surface water. the orange and red colours are the warm water, warm saline water that's coming from the deep ocean. The black is the shape of the seafloor, and the grey on the right is the ice shelf of Thwaites Glacier's neighbour, Pine Island Glacier. We're funny people as scientists, we call it the pig. Yeah. So most of the warm water is going underneath the ice shelf, so it's not melting it right at the front, it's melting the underside of the ice shelves. And Thwaites Glacier ice shelves, you remember that satellite image? These are the ice shelves in front of Thwaites Glacier, these grey areas. Quite recent satellite data here shows they are actively thinning and melting. So the image on the left, just over this last 3-year period, is showing the change in surface elevation measured from satellites. So everywhere it's pink or red, the surface elevation is going down. And because it's floating, we can use that to calculate the change in thickness of the ice and how much ice is melting off the base, which is what you're looking at on the right. That is showing, so the deep red areas there, we're losing more than 20 meters of ice off the base of the ice shelf every year. So in order to understand what's really going on and to predict what's going to happen in the future, we need to know what's going on underneath. We need to know where the warm water is accessing underneath the ice shelf, where it's flowing, where it's coming into contact with the ice. And we can't do that from surface ships. So this is where BOTI comes in. Before, are you saying 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's flying back, it's flying
Oh,
back.
sorry. I'm just going to show a couple of gratuitous pictures. This is the American research icebreaker, Nathaniel B. Palmer. We did a lot of work on in 2019, 2020. Those are actually tabular icebergs. They're not the ice shelf. This is just north of the eastern ice shelf. And this is a view of part of the front of Thwaites Glacier from the British Antarctic Survey geophysical survey Twin Otter aircraft. You can see, I think this is actually what we call a melange area in front of the ice shelf. So, but this is the environment where we would deploy BOTI. This is the very front of the ice shelf, viewed from the bridge wing of the Palmer, and another view of the ice shelf where I've got a scale there. There's a seal there for scale. And remember that 9/10 of the ice is below the waterline. So when BOTI is deployed here, it's got to go down 300 or 400 meters before it can start going under the ice shelf. So, as I'm short of time, let's get on to BOTI. So this is what a BOTI, Autosub Long Range is the official name, but BOTI McBoface, it looks like a yellow torpedo, about 3 meters in length. And this is what this is what they look like when you take the top off, because there's actually a number of BOTIs, and there's 2 main varieties. There's ones that are configured for maximum endurance, can go out for 6,000 kilometers. There's ones that are configured to be able to go into deeper water, 6,000 meters water depth. And what you can mainly see here is the pressure vessels. You still can't see the really important bits. Mainly you're looking at pressure vessels which contain the delicate electronics and batteries and stop them coming into contact with seawater and stop them getting crushed by the pressure. And these don't have one fixed set of instruments and sensors on them. They're intended to be flexible. You can attach many different things to them, but in general, they'll carry instruments to measure the physical properties of the ocean, its temperature, its salinity, its dissolved oxygen content. But you can also put things like cameras and sonars onto these things. And in fact, that's one of the big issues with taking them underneath an ice shelf. If you're going to go underneath an ice shelf, it's got to avoid crashing into things and damaging itself. It's got to be able to recognize where there's something in its path, because the bottom of ice shelves are a lot rougher than the surface, and we actually don't know how rough the seafloor is. That's a really big thing, is what the seafloor is like underneath an ice shelf. Very difficult to get at. So what the engineers at National Oceanography Centre have had to do, they've had to build what they call an obstacle avoidance system. And these images show the evolution of this. So it starts off in somebody's computer as what's called a computer-aided design model. And what they've done is they've modified a sonar system, something that sends out pulses of sound and listens for echoes. So that's the computer-aided design, and then the next stage is to test that in a experimental tank, and then you take it out into some real water. So they took it to Loch Ness, the second deepest loch in Scotland, just this summer, and trialled this system to see if it could recognise obstacles and avoid them. And then that's an artist's impression of it operating below ice. So is that going to work? Well, we're going to find out soon, because right now one of the boats is on its way to a port in South America to go on a research cruise to Thwaites Glacier, again on the Palmer, that'll happen in January and February. So hopefully it's going to get some really exciting results. And I think you might hear news stories about it, because it's really exciting stuff. Anyhow, I will just sum up, because James pointed out I'd run out of time. So these are the takeaway points I'd like you to remember. That the future change in the West Antarctic ice sheet is the largest uncertainty we have in predicting sea level rise, because we really have no idea how a marine-based ice shelf will evolve under climate change. It's never been seen in human history. Thwaites Glacier is currently the most rapidly retreating glacier in Antarctica, and there are good reasons to expect that retreat to accelerate, and that would impact neighbouring glaciers as well. So ice shelves, they're floating extensions of glaciers where they float out over the sea. They restrict glacier flow, but they're actually very fragile. And what's melting Thwaites Glacier is the warm water that's coming from the deep ocean and melting the undersides of its ice shelves. And so now we've got boating at Boatface. It's been a big effort to engineering developments to adapt this so it can go under ice shelves and find out exactly what's going on in these hidden worlds. And that's going to be deployed in the next couple of months, and we'll see what happens. So.
Thank you so much. I apologise for rushing you, but
I was a bit shocked when you said a couple of minutes there.
We could have listened to you for hours, I'm absolutely sure, but I wanted to make sure we got a chance to get some questions from the audience. I think that's very important. So does anyone have anything they want to ask? Okay, as I say, I'm going to repeat things, so that will seem a bit strange, but you go.
So, bloody loud, so okay. So if we send Bodhi out and it's totally autonomous, it's presumably sent out on a mission.
Yeah.
If it gets stuck on said mission, is there any way of retrieving it? And if we don't retrieve it, is there any way of retrieving the information from it? And if we don't retrieve it, how much money have we lost?
So I'm just going to repeat, just because we've got people at home. So we're saying that if Boating at Boatface gets stuck, can we A, retrieve it? Can we B, retrieve the information possibly? And if A and B both fail, how expensive is that for everybody?
Right. Of course, we hope this doesn't happen. That's why they've built the obstacle avoidance system, and obviously there's going to be a certain amount of artificial intelligence, so it can modify its mission if it encounters obstacles without deviating too far. It could get stuck. High risk, high reward is what we'd say. You might be able to get a little bit of information back through sonar signals, but the majority of the information is going to be on the vehicle. You won't get it back unless you get the vehicle back. So you're absolutely right, this is the risk. And there is some history here. One of the ancestors of Boaty, one of the autosubs, on the first time that was, the first research cruise that was deployed on Antarctica, it made one successful mission, and then they sent it back, and it never came back after that, and that's stuck under the Fimble ice shelf, parked under the Fimble ice shelf somewhere. I'm afraid I don't, at my fingertips, have the cost of a Boaty, and it's very difficult. You've got to cost the time of all the publicly employed engineers and scientists who've been involved in its development. I do know. So on one of these cruises, we used a commercially developed thing, a Kongsberg-Hugin autonomous underwater vehicle, and I do know that if you want to go out and buy one of those, it'll cost you about £3 million. The boats are a little smaller, probably they're not as high power, they might be a little cheaper, but then it depends what you cost into that.
Okay, we'll come down in the front for a few. Yes, sir.
Do we have any knowledge of why the warm water is going underneath Thwaite Glacier that it wasn't, 30, 40, 50 years ago? What's changed to make this happen?
So, sorry, I'm just going to repeat just because we've got people listening. So, do we have any idea why the warm water is going underneath the Thwaites Glacier and I guess the change that has occurred with regards to that?
We do. I wouldn't say it's a very big question, and that is a big science question, because how is this linked to climate change? Is it linked to climate change? How is it linked to climate change? I wouldn't say we have a definitive answer. I wouldn't say I could go with 100% certainty and say this is the answer, but it's looking increasingly like it's essentially changes in wind patterns in the Southern Ocean, and this is driven by the changing temperature distribution of the surface ocean. And what we do know, well, do we know? What we think we can show is that in the mid-20th century, there was a fundamental change in wind patterns along the Antarctic continental margin in this sector of Antarctica. And the winds are now, most of the Southern Ocean circulation is actually wind-driven. Most of the ocean goes round and round Antarctica, flowing eastwards, driven by winds that come from the west. Yeah, I mean, that's the working hypothesis, that it's the wind patterns. Exactly the processes by which the water gets on the shelf, there's a lot of research going on into that.
Thank you.
So I think this young man has had his hand up for a long time, so we're going to go to him.
Yeah.
Do you want us to memorize all of this?
There'll be a test later.
That's right. I think we'll have time for one more. I'll go to this young man here.
If Bertie gets trapped, does it have a system to help escape? And how long can it stay submerged under the water?
So that's one of the things I should have said. If you look at that, it actually chugs along at about 1 meter a second. And if you could calculate that from the mission distances. So even the one that's designed for deeper submergence and relatively less endurance, that could go off on missions of more than a couple of weeks. I don't think they'll do that. I think they'll want to get the data back more frequently. And the Thwaites Glacier ice shelves are not the really large ones, so I think they'll probably send it off for a couple of days, at least the first missions, a couple of days at a time, until they get too ambitious.
Folks, I know we have more questions, but I'm afraid I kind of have to keep to time. So first of all, can we thank Rob once again for that amazing talk? That was great. That was really great. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Bear in mind, we have more talks today. We also have talks tomorrow. Of course, we've got the exhibits upstairs, and the David Attenborough is in the... I was going to say parked. That's not the... Docked? What docked? Moored? Well, it's in the river. It's in the river. Go and take a look at it. But thank you so much, everybody, for coming. And we hope you enjoy the rest of your day here. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? That seems to be working all right. Yeah, great. Excellent.
Can I just ask how you pronounce your
Yeah, it's Geraint.
Geraint.
Geraint, yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again to our Ice Worlds Festival, or rather, welcome to the talk strand that we're doing as part of our Ice Worlds Festival. My name is Ed. I'm just going to be hosting things, so you won't have to pay much attention to me. But there's just a few things just to go through. I mean, first of all, we're about to hear from our speaker, which is the most exciting part. We will also have the opportunity to do a bit of a Q&A session at the end of the talk. So we really do want to hear from you. Slightly weirdly, because we're also going out we're sort of streaming this, I will repeat the questions. I'm going to kind of come up to you, listen to your question, then I will repeat things, which is a bit weird. It sort of interrupts the flow a little bit, but it does mean that it definitely gets picked up in the microphone. So, well, everybody else has dealt with it. It'll be okay, I'm pretty sure. Now, I'm going to introduce our speaker, but I'm going to read a little bit because I want to make sure I get it correct. We are going to be listening to Geraint Tarling, and let me see if I can get this correct. Okay, specifically a zooplankton ecologist, is that right? And that fits within biological oceanographer? Doing well. You are heading up the ocean ecosystems team at the British Antarctic Survey. Yes, it's all worked. Okay, and what we're going to be hearing about is essentially about life on board ships like the Sir David Attenborough, and what goes on there, and how we actually sort of collect meaningful information. I think I'm not going to run the risk of getting anything more wrong, so I will leave it there, but I will hand over to you, Geraint.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's so exciting to be here. Thank you. Oh. So I'm going to be talking about the science that we do at sea. So you can see the lovely ship that we actually have in the Thames at the moment, the Sir David Attenborough. But a lot of the science I'm going to be talking about today is done on this ship. This was our previous ship called the James Clark Ross. Now, this was maybe about 2/3 of the size of the ship that we're going to newly go on, the Sir David Attenborough. It was almost about 100 meters long. But it actually traveled to both poles and did fantastic science for over 25 years. So I actually have been a biological oceanographer now for the entire career that I've had until this point, so that's more than 20 years. And I've spent a lot of it on this ship, so I love this ship very much. Unfortunately, now it's been sold on. But I'm going to show you lots and lots of exciting science that we actually have done and why it's so important. I'm going to start with actually 3 reasons why we really need to study the oceans. Right, the first one is this. Now, this is a map of the world, and the big arrows that you're seeing on there are the currents that go over the whole ocean. It's called the ocean conveyor, and it's really important to us living in the UK or anywhere else in the world because it moves heat from the poles to the equator and to the temperate regions. If it didn't work, we would really heat up here. It would be too warm and the poles would be too cold because it's actually moving heat from the equator to the polar regions. Now, the polar regions are really important in this because they are the engines that drive the whole thing. You can see that loop to the north, that's in the Arctic. That's where this warm water actually descends right to the bottom of the ocean and then travels along the bottom of the ocean all the way to the Antarctic where it starts coming up. You could almost think about it as a conveyor belt, that things are going up and down. They're moving heat around. So that's really important. That's the first reason we really need to study the oceans. The second reason is that, could you believe that 80%, up to 80%, of the oxygen that we breathe actually comes from the oceans. Now, this map that we see here is a false color image. It's not really that color, we know. But actually what it's exaggerating is that green and red colors are the amount of phytoplankton that's in the water. Now, what is phytoplankton? That's green algae, very small plants, and they photosynthesize. And photosynthesis is what drives everything on our planet because it takes in CO2 and gives out oxygen. Without that, we would not be able to survive. And the true heroes in here are these small microorganisms. They're here, phytoplankton. You can see them on the left-hand side there. So small you can't see them with the naked eye. You really need to really blow them up on microscopes to be able to see them. If you actually caught them at sea, this is what you see. It's just a green mash of muck. Doesn't sound very exciting at all. But without them, we couldn't live. And we study these organisms quite a lot. As a biological oceanographer, this is what I do a lot of, is study these. Now you can see what it's doing to the ocean in this third schematic. What we see in the ocean is doing is, you can see on the top there, is carbon dioxide is being sucked in to the ocean. It's going into these green algae in the surface, and then it's coming out as oxygen.
But the polar regions is a really important region. This happens, this CO2 going in and oxygen coming out happens all over the globe. But in the polar regions, it's really, really active. And the other thing that happens is that a lot of this phytoplankton and the zooplankton that feed on them, they eventually either they die and they float to the bottom, or they actually behave in a way that takes all the carbon, all this carbon dioxide, right into the deep part of the ocean, and there it's made safe. That's called the carbon pump, and I'll be coming back to that later on in the presentation. That is actually stopping carbon dioxide from building up on our atmosphere. If these pumps didn't exist in the polar regions, temperatures on Earth would already be 2 degrees warmer than they already are. They're absolutely vital, and not many people know about them, and that's why we study these carbon pumps, and I'll explain what they are later on. But first thing I'm going to do is explain exactly how we get to these polar regions to do all this studying. This is actually deliberately trying to squeeze both poles onto this projection because we work in both the Arctic and the Antarctic. Now, all these squiggly lines. So as a scientist, I really don't want to travel by boat to get all the way to the Southern Ocean. It just takes too long. It takes about 2 months to actually get there. So quite a lot of this will have to fly down to South America, or we can go right down to the Falkland Islands and join the ship there while it's waiting for us. And it'll stay in the Antarctic for about 5 months to do all the studying. Then it'll return back to the UK. It probably will get serviced, will take on new supplies, and then it'll go up to the Arctic for about 1.5 months and do some studies there. And actually, we probably join the ship to make that journey because it doesn't take that long, because it only takes maybe about 3 or 4 days to get to where we want to go in the Arctic. So that's the way that we would actually get to our study sites. And I'm just going to take you through a typical scenario now. These are the things that I do all the time. I go on these oceanographic expeditions, and here is a typical science party. A lovely picture. There's me in the middle, looking a lot younger than I do now. But what I want to show you is the diversity of people who go on these oceanographic cruises. You know, there's women, there's men, they're young, they're old, they're really experienced, they're just starting in their careers. We take them all on board, and they all have a vital role to play. On average, on that boat I showed you, the James Clark Ross, we take about 30 scientists with us. On the Sir David Attenborough, we'll actually be taking about 50 or even 60 scientists. We can double the amount of work that we can do by taking more scientists with us. And don't get too tired. The reason I'm showing you this is that actually you can see all the disciplines that we're taking. Don't worry about the words there. What I want to take out of this is that they've all got their specialities. There's people working on nutrients, people working on microplankton, zooplankton, trace gases. And what you get is actually a load and load of different scientific disciplines all on the same cruise, and they collaborate. Now, I use the word cruise. It's quite funny. When I say I'm going on a cruise to people, they think I'm just going to be there on a deck chair, get my sun hat on, and really relax. A cruise is what we call these things. It actually is really hard work. We actually work as hard as we possibly can, round the clock in shift systems, to try and get as much data as we possibly can when we're in the Southern Ocean. So this is a particular cruise that I went on. It was about 5 years ago. And our objective in this cruise was to work out ocean acidification of polar ecosystems. What do I mean by that? What is ocean acidification? Well, there's a schematic there just showing really simply what we are doing to the oceans. We are pumping out loads and loads of carbon dioxide. The ocean is compensating, soaking a lot of this carbon dioxide up, so it's not staying in the atmosphere and making it even warmer than it already is. But there's consequences. And what happens is that the CO2 combines with water to make H2CO3. H2CO3, that's carbonic acid. That's an acidic substance. So it's making the oceans more acidic. And why is that a problem? I need 2 volunteers to help me. One hand up. There's a second hand there. Okay, you want to come out? Right. Okay, so in all those phytoplankton I showed you, okay, what's your name? Eiley and? Lucas. Eiley and Lucas. Eiley, you got the first job, okay? So this is something that I stole off my son. He's in the audience, okay? He doesn't know about it. All right, this is chalk. And actually, this is the same substance as a lot of that phytoplankton I just showed you, and zooplankton as well. What Eiley's going to do is just drop it in this water. This is still water. Did you come around the front here, Eiley? All right, just drop it in. What happens? Anything? Nothing. Right, okay, now you've got a really important job, okay? Now I've got water that I had in my soda stream, okay? And it's got lots and lots of extra CO2 in here, okay? Now, we're going to get this same chalk out and see what happens to this. Okay, now you drop it in. Can you do that for me? Okay. All right, off you go. Oh, right, can you hold it up? Hold it up. Show them up. Show the audience. What's going on? Can you describe it? It's making bubbles. What do you think is happening to the chalk?
It's vibrating.
It's vibrating. And what do you think? Is the chalk going to get more or less as a result of that?
Less.
It's less, isn't it? What is happening is corroding. Because the CO2 in the water has made the water more acidic, it's corroding the calcium carbonate. That's what that substance is in there, and it's making it dissolve. And that's what's happening to animals and plants in the ocean. Well, let's give our volunteers a round of applause. I got a little present for you. There we go. All right. Lovely. Okay, so that is really bad. Now, this map you see on the right-hand side is the amount of carbonate that's available to these organisms. And you can see the lower colors, the blue colors, is where it's less available. The polar regions, actually, there's less carbonate there. And actually, if we're making the oceans even more acidic, these are the first regions that are going to become corrosive to our phytoplankton and zooplankton. So that's why we're studying ocean acidification in polar regions. These will almost be like a canary in the coal mine, showing where the first effects are going to be. So let's go on this cruise. I was actually in charge of this cruise. So first thing I do is I put a map on the ocean about where I want to go. Again, this is a false color image, and it's showing you a few things. All those red colors is where there's lots and lots of phytoplankton. So we want to go into those regions. This white color down here, that's where all the ice is. And that's really interesting as well. There's lots and lots of CO2 gets trapped under the ice, and those conditions will be more acidic. And this is where we have a really stormy ocean. So we don't want to be in there too long, but it's really interesting as well. So let's go on our journey. And here we are on a typical day in the Southern Ocean. So I hope we don't get too seasick. So this is our journey out to our transect. So we just set off from the Falkland Islands on the James Clark Ross. Okay, it's a little bit stormy today. Okay, now we're going to go into the ice pack. Oh, are we going to go bang? I'm not sure. Right, so these ice-strengthened vessels, they can go through at least 1 meter of ice at 3 knots, really bashing through to get to those sites that we really want to study. Sorry, I've got a volume button on here. Okay, right. Right, so we're there. We're in our position. Right, so on our way there, some of the things we really need to do. Now, this is a ship. It's not very clean, is it? There's like lots of oil, lots of things on the deck. We need to get clean water on board so we can study it. So we use something like that white thing, that really small white thing. That's called a towfish. And that's outside of the boat. And as we're going along at 2 or 3 knots, we're actually pumping really clean water onto the boat so we can study it without it being all muddy and everything on the boat itself. That's a towfish. The other way we collect clean water is with these things. These are called go-flow bottles. And they actually have little lids on the top and the bottom. And actually we put them down to the depth that we want, and then we snap the top and the bottom, and we collect a parcel of water, then we bring it back on board. That's one way of doing it. Or you can put all these go-flow bottles in a big ring and do them all at once and get loads and loads of water. That's called a CTD. That's probably the most important instrument that we use, is a conductivity temperature depth recorder. And that goes way down in the ocean, and then we close these bottles at various depths as we come back up to the surface again, collecting this water so we can study it. So we take the thing back on board, try not to get it dirty, and then we take them into incubators. So this is actually kept at a constant temperature, and everyone's wearing protective clothing so we don't contaminate this water at all. Okay, so we have to be quite careful because we don't want to sort of introduce all the grease. We don't want to get all the chips and everything we've had for lunch in there. We want to make it absolutely pristine. And then we incubate this water. We try and simulate the levels of light that it would normally get in the ocean so we can see how things evolve. There's phytoplankton in there that will be growing. They'll be making oxygen, sucking up CO2. We want to see what happens. Right, I couldn't get this to play, I'm afraid, but these are some of the zooplankton that we have in the... So you have to imagine this, I'm afraid. These are called sea butterflies. Okay, they're beautiful plankton, zooplankton, and they are like snails that you see in your garden, but rather than having a pedal foot to actually go along the bottom of a desk, they actually have made them into wings, and they flap around. If only I could have made it play, it would have been fantastic. We have to imagine that now, these flying sea butterflies. And these have shells made out of calcium carbonate. So these are really vulnerable to ocean acidification. We wanted to see what happened to them. So we could try and collect them with instruments like these. These are quite ancient technology. The problem is with these sort of things, we use them to collect plankton, is that they tend to get a little bit squashed. So the way we collect them is with these very gentle nets. These are called bongo nets because they resemble bongo drums. But what they have is a really important motion compensating mechanism. As it's going in and out of the water, it's absorbing all that bouncing. So the things that we get, we collect them in these things, these cod ends here. We get them out of there. They're in fantastic condition so we can see whether their shells are damaged or not by the ocean acidification in the oceans. And we put them in these incubation chambers. They're actually moving steadily so they don't all settle on the bottom. They're actually slowly rotating. We're just seeing how the animals are looking like in there. And here are some of the shells that we got from the Southern Ocean on this expedition. On my right, your left, you can see that's an undamaged shell. It looks absolutely transparent. But on here, you can see all these white edges of where the shell is starting to corrode. And that's not good news. This was actually some of the first evidence we ever got in the scientific community that ocean acidification was already having an effect on the zooplankton communities of the polar regions. And this is what we did, we put them under a scanning electron microscope to resolve that damage even more. And you can see the layers of corrosion going into that shell. So this organism itself is really, really damaged now. It's probably going to be unable to survive if it stayed in the sea. And we're really worried about this. This is a problem that's increasing over time, and we're keeping an eye on this to see how bad it's going to get. Okay, let's take you back to this again. Do you remember this schematic? And I talked about this really important process. For the phytoplankton and zooplankton, they die. They also do something else. They have lots and lots of poo. And it actually comes down, actually sinks into the deep ocean, the carbon pump. Now, we want to study this rain of carbon coming down through the ocean. These are some of the devices that we use. This is actually a device that sucks in all those particles. It's called a standalone pump. And here's my friend Fred. He's French. And actually, you can see he's got a stethoscope on. He's actually listening to the pump to see if it's actually working when he switched it on. So we don't want to send it in there when it's not actually sucking. This is something else. This is actually another way of capturing these particles. This is called a marine snowcatcher. That's my friend and colleague, Anna Belcher, just showing you the scale of it. You could actually fit a whole human being in here. And it's the same principles we talked about before. You're actually capturing a parcel of water, but this time you want to see how fast the particles are settling out. So we can look at the sinking rate, how fast they're actually going down through the water column. That's what we're doing with that. Another way that we look at this is actually having deep sea moorings. Now, you have to imagine this now. This is something that we've actually pulled up from the deep ocean. So we have lots and lots of weights right down at the bottom of the ocean, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 meters deep. And then we put instruments on a line that comes up. And on the top, you've got buoyancy that keeps the whole thing straight. And that settles about 200 meters. So you've got almost 3,000 meters of rope that you've put instruments on. And this instrument's really important here because what it does, it catches this rain of carbon as it comes down, and it puts it into these little bottles. And they rotate once a month so we can see over the 2 or 3 years that it's there, how many particles per month we've captured, so we can actually estimate this rain of particles through the water. And these are the types of particles that we collect. As you can see in my title, I mentioned the word already, it's full of zooplankton poo. The scientific name for that is fecal pellets. And actually that really dominates the type of particles that we get in the polar regions, particularly in the Southern Ocean. And they're generated by these things, Antarctic krill. Now you hear possibly Antarctic krill in the context that they are whale food, but they are really important organisms in their own right. They actually are probably the most abundant wild animal on the surface of this earth. They are incredibly abundant. Because they're abundant, they generate lots of fecal pellets, and these fecal pellets rain down. They are quite large, larger than you think, and here is actually an Antarctic krill. So it's about 6.5 centimeters long. So if you imagine billions of these things swimming in the ocean, that's a lot of carbon that they could generate. I actually study those, and I use things like sound. I put sound into the water, just like a bat tries to locate things. I use sound in a scientific way to locate where these swarms are, to measure them 7 kilometers long. I mean, that's larger than many inner cities, and actually they can stretch out for huge distances. So when they do that, they actually rain lots and lots of, you can almost see the actual rain of carbon coming out underneath the swarm. You can resolve that with sound. And as I said, there's over 10,000 tons often in these swarms, and actually even 2 million tons have been reported. So, hang on, here we go. Right, so here we are. So this is called a fecal pellet pump. Okay, so what happens, the reason that this is so efficient is that if you've got lots and lots of animals in the surface, they're eating phytoplankton. When they're eating phytoplankton, they generate just like we do. It comes out the other side. But because quite often you have organisms that will try and interfere with this, because there's so much of it, it just dominates the whole system, and actually lots of it gets down into the deep ocean, into this deep ocean where it doesn't come back again. It could be down in those depths, it could settle on the bottom or stay there for many, many decades, even hundreds of years, made safe out of our atmosphere. But there's other ways that you can get carbon into the deep ocean. There's the one we just talked about on your left. This one is another way that you can do it, actually, and this is by things that are even smaller than krill. These are calanoid copepods. These are tiny things. In this spoon, I could probably get maybe about 1,000 copepods in this spoon alone. They're tiny things. But the things that are really important about them is that they're very, very fat. They actually have 40% fat. Like a human body maybe has about 6 or 7% fat. These animals are 40% fat. They actually are what drives a lot of the polar ecosystems. And what they actually do is that they go down every winter into deep depths and they breathe. And when they're breathing, they're actually using up a lot of their energy stores, this fat. And you can see all this fat. Look in this picture here. Actually, you can see how big that big fat vacuole is right inside the animal. It's storing up all that energy to get through the winter as best as it can. And here's a picture of what it does. So in the summer months, those warm colors are showing that it's in the surface layers. And then it does this huge migration down to about 1,000 meters. And it stays there for about 7 or 8 months, just using up that fat. That's why you need so much fat. But in so doing, it's using up lots and lots of carbon. And you can see that actually the polar food web really depends on these copepods. All these fat organisms that you see higher up the food chain depend on copepods being there, and that's where they have their fat from. That's what actually drives all these things like seals and penguins and baleen whales. Eventually, they depend on copepods. They're the real heroes in a lot of oceans, particularly in the Arctic. Right, I'm just going to play this, because this is just giving you another insight into the things that we do in the ocean. So this is just a typical day for us. I showed you the outside when we're going through the ocean. Here's us actually deploying a net. We actually get it back in the dark hours when the animals are actually more active. And then just show you how important teamwork is to us, that we're all milling around here trying to get all this catch in, and here's us actually trying to process the catch. So we bring it in. These are bigger organisms than copepods. These are often fish or krill that we're actually then putting out on trays. We're sorting them out. If you can spot me, you get a prize. I'm the one with the green hoodie. I'm actually flicking away there, you can see. Yeah, and then I can see that I'm actually trying to identify all those organisms, and then we make a note, we put it into our data sets, and we go away and study them. But it's important. You can see how many people are there. We're all getting up in the middle of the night to actually go through this catch, to actually record what's in the ecosystem and the jobs that they are doing to try and keep our ecosystems functioning and actually taking all this carbon out of the system, and also being the main food supplies for baleen whales and fish. We're almost there now. There's a little bit more microscope work. Tidying up, gone. Right, we can go back to bed. Right, okay, that's the end of my talk. And here we are. There's all the teams that I've been part of. It's a team effort, polar science. There's no I in team. We're all in this together. We have to all work together. That's the only way we can actually work in the poles. So I'm just here representing the much wider team of polar scientists that go on oceanographic cruises. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's really exciting stuff. Folks, we've got just a few minutes left, but we want to get some questions from you guys, if that's possible. As I say, I'm going to have to sort of repeat these, which I know sounds a little bit strange, but it means everybody who's listening in will be able to hear us. So we had one hand straight up, so let's go to you. How long will it take to set up the equipment?
That's a really, really good question. I didn't go into that. It takes us days. We actually have to arrive. Before we go, when you saw us going over the waves like that, we were actually there already for about a week, setting up all the equipment to make sure, because once it's all set up, the other thing we have to do is that we have to all tie it down, because if we didn't, it would just go everywhere and even fall over the side of the ship. So it takes quite a long time before we even start just to set everything up. Good question.
Right. Well, we'll get back to this young man as well. How did you capture the ice pods? Oh, I think we were talking about the fat storing creatures.
Oh yeah, those things, those copepods. Yeah, yeah. So do you remember the thing that I showed you, the bongo net? Yeah, the really gentle net with sort of a compensation mechanism. That's a really, really good instrument because it has fine mesh, so the copepods can't go through it. So that we bring them on board very, very gently, and then we bring them on board to actually do lots and lots of studying of them. Yeah, that's how we catch them, with nets. That's the best way. Yep.
Okay, we're going to go into the middle. This young man here. Yep.
Why are like the carbon dioxide, the pumping, why is it more active in the cold regions?
Good.
This is a great question. So,
good question.
why is the...
So there was two things on that schematic I didn't have time to go into. First of all is that the polar oceans are colder and they absorb more atmospheric CO2 because they're cold. B, actually that photosynthesis that I talked about is far more active there because there's lots of nutrients coming into the polar regions that really drives a lot of that activity. So that's why actually it's far more active, because you have a lot of biological activity. The poles are really rich, which is why you get all those large animals there as well. They're feeding off all that activity. Yep.
And we'll go to this young man here.
You said that you had to get up in the middle of the night to study the samples. How would your alarm system work?
So, that's a good question. Can I expand on that a little bit? But if you could just tell us a little bit about the daily cycle anyway.
Yeah.
What's it like to be on board, especially because you're traveling to very distant latitudes?
Yes, it's a really good question, and actually our body clocks are really important to try and work efficiently. We have to be very safe in the Antarctic, as you can imagine, so we can't work too hard that we get so tired that we don't know what we're doing. But we try and shift our body clock so that we work more at the night than the day. And that's because actually all those animals I was talking about, they're far more active at night than they are in the day. So we have to change our own body clocks to actually study them, and I have a very, very big alarm clock, which I have to set up and make it ring many times to get me up.
We have time for maybe one or two more questions. Do we have it? Yes?
What made you decide to go into this career?
Yeah, isn't that a good question? That takes me right back. I think I went to a lecture in university because I did biology, but I also like physics and chemistry. I didn't like giving those up. And actually I went to a lecture about oceanography. He was a guest lecturer, and he talked about the fact that he had to use physics and chemistry. So I thought that's the type of science I'd like to do, where I have to use all disciplines of science in order to study it. And it's also really exciting. You know, at that age, I was going to all sorts of like different destinations, and that was an exciting thing to do. And you know, the more you go into it, the more you realized how important the science is on a global context. But I think it was actually the disciplines in the first place. Yeah.
Yep. Bear with me. No, I'll repeat it. It's okay.
Oh, okay. There's such a lot of publicity. We're hearing so many wonderful things about the Sir David Attenborough and all the work that you guys do. What I would like to know is, as well as establishing all the damage that's happening and how it's happening and how it's affecting organisms of all types, what can we hope for a more positive, what can we hope that will come out of all this work that is something really positive to make us feel that we can remedy the situation?
Maybe I can go more general than that, about a situation where we actually using not Sir David Attenborough or a ship, but actually our bases in the Antarctic. You might have heard that the British Antarctic Survey were the first to discover the ozone hole. We actually reported that to our politicians, to people who would lobby, and actually that resulted in the Montreal Protocol. And that then stopped refrigerants being used in industry. And actually this is a smaller scale issue than, say, carbon, but it actually does show what's possible. As a result of that legislation coming through, we were then kept monitoring it and saw that the ozone hole was starting to repair itself. So that just shows that just steady science, science that you keep monitoring all the time and reporting to the appropriate officials, and BAS are very connected to a lot of politicians, to actually get yourself represented, to get your science into policy is still the most effective way. We have a great emblem now of actually what we can do as a nation, for the world, in actually reporting and making these measurements. but also it's emblematic and actually influencing politicians as well. And you've seen a lot of politicians on the news talking about the Sedate of Attenborough. You know, we have to be high profile, we have to keep reporting, and have to be consistent. That is the way we have to approach this. There's no magic wand to this, but consistency is what matters.
Well, folks, on that note, I'm afraid we're pretty much out of time. I know we have more questions, but I'm afraid we've got to get other talks. I mean, first of all, you know, as some people are leaving, you might be able to come down and talk to Gerard. But first of all, can we have another round of applause for our speaker today? It's absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. It was absolutely fascinating. We've got one more talk in this, well, today, and we've got a series of talks tomorrow as well. But please do check out the exhibits, of course, not just up on the Great Map, but in the learning spaces here, and check out all the other stuff at the museum. If you want to dress up as a penguin tomorrow, you can. There's the Penguin Parade. It makes sense in context. Check your leaflets. And please do check out the vessel itself, the Sir David Attenborough, out on the Thames. Will this? Ooh, it is coming through. Excellent. Hello, everybody. I'm going to do a proper introduction in just a second because we're going to be doing a Zoom call. This happened yesterday, and everything went fine, but I'm going to repeat the same jokes, right? Why not? Hands up if you've had a Zoom call in the last 18 months. Hands up keep your hand up if your Zoom call went absolutely perfectly and nothing went wrong and everybody could hear and nobody interrupted in it. Wow, okay, well talk to these people because that's a very rare occurrence. We are going to be going live to Zoom call in just a second, and so I'll be repeating a lot of this again, just doing a general introduction. But if anything goes wrong, just bear with us. We've got a crack team of IT that are working away at various things, so we will just bear with us. However, let's see how much of a crack team they are. If I give them the thumbs up, we'll see if we can go. I've got a thumbs up. I'm giving them a thumbs up. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, well, this is looking good already. So let me do a proper introduction. First of all, hello, everybody. My name is Ed. I'm one of the astronomers, actually, that works up at the observatory, part of Royal Museums Greenwich. But I'm the host for today of this particular part of our Ice World Festival. We are about to go through to Captain Will Potley, who is on board the Sir David Attenborough right now. He's doing, well, I was actually going to wonder if there's a special word for it. It's sort of the opposite of quarantining because you're on a ship trying not to let anything get to you. I don't know if there's a specific term for that. The captain has been part of the British Antarctic Survey since he was 19. So it's a sort of astonishing level of responsibility. I don't think I would have been able to handle that. But let's just do a couple of checks. First of all, I've got my fingers crossed. Captain, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. And we can hear you. So I think that's it. That's all I need to do because the captain is going to be telling us loads of interesting things. So I will turn it over to him immediately. Here we go.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to begin by apologising for not being on the room. As Ed mentioned, we are trying to keep the crew somewhat shielded because one of our main priorities at the moment is keeping Antarctica COVID-free. And after the ship leaves Greenwich, after a few other things, we will be going to the Antarctic. Before we go, we've got to go into a hard quarantine. So from Sunday evening, me and the whole crew will be spending 2 weeks in a hotel whilst the rest of the crew, whilst the other crew, come back to the ship to look after it whilst we're quarantining, so that we can be 100% sure that we're COVID-free before we go down there. So I thought I'd begin by explaining what the ship is doing here and where we'll be going next and the Antarctic season ahead. So the Sir David Attenborough was given, the ownership was transferred and operation to the British Antarctic Survey in December last year. And we've been having a very busy period of sea trialing to make sure everything is ready to go. And we've finally reached the moment where we've completed all our checks and the ship is ready to go to the Antarctic. So this is very exciting. After Greenwich, we'll be going back to Harwich to load cargo and make sure everything is all on board before we go. And then in the middle of November, we're heading down to Portsmouth to load some aviation fuel. And from there, we'll be going straight to the Falkland Islands, which is where the ship is registered in Stanley. And that's where we'll be working out of for most of the Antarctic season. So the ship will get to Falklands in the middle of December. It's about, like I say, 3 weeks down the Atlantic. And then from the Falklands down to Antarctica, to the peninsula is another 4 or 5 days. Our first port of call in Antarctica will be Rothera Research Station, which is our largest research station on the Antarctic Peninsula. And we'll be going alongside a new wharf there, which has been built specifically for this ship, because this ship is somewhat larger than our old ship. So we needed to upgrade the infrastructure in the Antarctic so that we could go alongside. So very much looking forward to trying that out for the first time. And also, we'll then be supporting a massive collaborative science project called the Thwaites Project. So the ship will be going down to the English coast, which is a part of the Antarctic that happens to be called the English coast. And in that area, the ship will go alongside an ice shelf and discharge a lot of science equipment and fuel to support the science that's happening at the Thwaites Glacier. So that is really exciting and probably the most important thing that this ship will be doing during the Antarctic season. We will also be visiting South Georgia and going alongside at King Edward Point, where we've had another new wharf built for this ship. So that'll be good too. And we'll be going to Bird Island and Sydney Island. And it's going to be a very busy Antarctic season. The ship will be coming back up the Atlantic northbound in around May next year and getting back to Harwich in early June. The ship would typically be doing science in the Arctic in the northern summer, which is going to be a very busy ship. But next summer, we're actually spending time doing trials with all our scientific equipment and making sure all that's fully commissioned and working, and a maintenance period before we head down to the Antarctic again in the autumn of 2022. So this picture that's on the screen now is when we took the ship to the sea to sea for the first time. This was back in March of 2021, and this is the first time the ship was at sea as a Bass ship. And we went up around the Western Isles of Scotland. That's the ship passing Tobermory on the Isle of Mull, and we were just making sure our systems were working, and we thought we'd go up there and enjoy the scenery whilst doing so. So the ship itself is completely unique. There is nothing else like it in the world. There's lots of different systems and capabilities within the one ship. So as you can see, we've got the helideck on the bow. We've got a massive crane on the stern that can lift up to 50 tons at any one time. We've got scientific winches that can deploy equipment on wires down to about 7,000 meters of depth. And they can go over the side, over the stern, or even down the moon pool. So in the middle of the ship, there is a 4 meter by 4 meter square shaft that can access the sea when there's ice all around us. The ship's got 14 laboratories and can take up to 60 scientists to sea. So we can take a lot more scientists than we used to be able to and really make good use of the capability of this ship. The ship also has quite a lot of boats. Two of the interesting boats are Erebus and Terra. So Erebus is our workboat, and she's 10 meters long, can do about 25 knots, can do some science work. There's an A-frame on the stern, and there's a shallow water swath bathymetry system, which can fit onto the bottom of it for doing sort of seabed mapping work in shallow water. And whilst we went very modern with the name of the ship, I'm very pleased that we have the honour of having the ship named after Sir David Attenborough. We did think it would be nice to keep some past polar history with the names of our boats. Hence Erebus and Terra from the Franklin expedition. They were also the names of two of the boats on board Bransfield, which was one of our old ships. So it keeps some organizational history as well as some past polar history. After we'd named the boats, we actually found out that Erebus, our workboat, was built in the same yard in Pembroke Dock in Wales as the original HMS Erebus. And Terra, the cargo tender, was built down in Exeter in Devon, and she was built just down the road from where the original Terra was built. So that was up in Topsham. So there was actually close geographical links as well to the two vessels. Terra is a landing craft. She can do about 14 knots and carry 16 tons of cargo. And she'll be used a lot where we have smaller Antarctic research stations where we can't get the ship alongside, but we can get the ship close by, and then we can transfer the cargo ashore using this tender. So she's going to be put to use in our small stations like Stickney in the South Orkney Islands and Bird Island off South Georgia, as well as other places. So she can go alongside a jetty or do a beach landing. So the ship itself is a very comfortable place to live and work. We are very fortunate. We have a very friendly crew with like a family, and it's a second home for us because we spend half our lives here. So we want to make sure it's comfortable. This is the bar where we can socialize, and there's recreation rooms and day rooms like this, which will get a lot of use. We have 30 marine crew on board, and we can take up to around 60 scientists. So when we're full, we can be up to 90 people in total, which is quite a lot of people. So we do need these spaces for people to be able to relax. The marine crew itself is split into 3 departments. There's the deck department, catering department, and the engine department. And everyone's very, very busy at the moment, making sure they've got all the last little bits and finishing off the final checklist before we go to the Antarctic. This is a picture of the mess room. So we all eat together in one place, and we can go up and help ourselves. And the catering team keep us very well fed. We can take a lot of food. So the ship is designed to be able to be at sea with 90 people doing science for up to 60 days at a time without coming into port. So we do have an awful lot of food storage, and we can be very self-sufficient for a long period of time. This is the galley, which is quite large, and it's got plenty of equipment for our cooks to use. So my favorite part of the job is driving the ship through the ice. It's really, really good fun. This ship hasn't yet been into the ice, but we can't wait to try it this season. This is a video from one of our old ships, the Ernest Shackleton, down in the Weddell Sea. You might wonder why we need to actually break ice, and it's one of 2 reasons. One is to get to our Antarctic research stations to make sure that we can supply them with all the cargo they need and take people in and out and take all the waste out, so for resupply, but also doing science. We need to be able to get to water where we have to go through pack ice. And quite often it can be quite challenging. You have to change your mind a lot when you're navigating through ice, because you quite often come to a dead end where you can't make any progress. But as long as there is some bits of water, the bits of water we would call leads, then you can normally find a way through. When the wind packs a load of ice up against a thick structure like the coast or a grounded iceberg, then you can get a lot of pressure within the ice, and that's when it becomes really difficult to make progress. This video was taken in the Weddell Sea on the way to Halley, which is our southernmost research station. And you can see there when you hit a bit of ice and you don't make progress, you quite often just back up and try again, and then you keep trying to penetrate the ice until you can find a way through. We do look for the bits of water visually, but when it's cloudy, you can see them reflected in the sky better, because you can see dark patches instead of white patches in the sky, and that's where we head to find the water. When we are in the ice, it's normally a lot easier to actually be steering the ship and navigating from a level that's higher than the bridge, so that we raise our height of eye and we can see further ahead and plan our route through the ice better. So that's why the ship has a conning tower that's above the bridge. And that's also where I'm sat today, because not for driving through the ice, but it's because it's where we've got good phone signal on the ship. So I thought it would be good for a Zoom call. And I can show you the view of Greenwich. You can see it from the camera from up here. You can see the museum over there and the Cutty Sarg. So when we're up here, we have the controls to be able to steer the ship and to control the engines, but we can't control any of the thrusters for maneuvering because we wouldn't be using them in the ice anyway. But this place will get a lot of use once we get the Sir David Attenborough into the ice for the first time. The image that's on the screen is a radar image from the Weddell Sea, where we were ice breaking with one of our previous ships, and I put this up so we can I can explain the difference between when you're navigating an ice and you can see where you're going. It's relatively straightforward, but when it's foggy or dark or even just a bit misty, it can be quite tricky. And the sea ice, which is the salt water that's frozen, is the ice which is the ship is designed to penetrate and can be quite soft because it's less dense than freshwater ice. So freshwater ice is glacial ice, which can form icebergs, and then the smaller bits that come off are bergy bits and growlers. But when you're looking on radar, it can sometimes just look the same, but icebergs are typically higher in elevation than sea ice, so they would normally cause a shadow on the radar. So this image that we're looking at now, all the little yellow targets around the ship is sea ice, but then you can see there are some bits where there are shadows, and those are caused by icebergs, and that's the bit which would really damage the ship. So that's what we watch out for when we're going through the ice using the radar. Sometimes if it's really foggy or particularly dark and there's lots of ice, then we could just stop and wait for better conditions. One of the really great things about being captain of a ship in the Antarctic is when you arrive somewhere, you quite often have to make your own port to be able to moor the ship up. So this is an image from the Ronnie ice shelf, which is right at the bottom of the Weddell Sea in Antarctica. And we were here with one of our previous ships, but the Sir David Attenborough, we will be doing similar things to this. And we wanted to be able to use this place to discharge cargo for a big science project on the Ronnie ice shelf. And we arrived and wanted to put the ship in this little slot where this bit of ice is and moor the ship to the ice. We can drill in ice moorings and tie our ropes in so we can stay there and discharge our cargo. But this bit of ice was in the way. So we drilled into it and put a rope around a bit of wood, and then we could tow it out of the way, which left a really nice slot to put the ship into and tie up and actually do our cargo work there, which was absolutely fantastic and worked really well. But you don't get that sort of experience in other parts of the industry. So I really enjoy that work. This final image was a picture of the ship off the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland, where we were doing some of our sea trials earlier in the year. And I was going to end there by saying that I'm very much looking forward to taking the ship down to the Antarctic, and I'm very happy to take any questions.
Great. Well, first of all, yes, a round of applause, I think. Folks, we do have a little bit of time for some questions. Now, it's a little bit odd, but because we've got people watching at home and we've also got people watching elsewhere on screens at in the rest of the museum, don't worry about shouting anything out. I'm going to come to you, and then, this is the weird bit, I'm going to repeat the question. So it interrupts the flow a little bit, but it just means that everybody's going to be able to hear. So does anyone have any questions for the captain? Okay, hands straight up immediately. Give me a second. I'm going to run to you.
Firstly, can you say hi to Maddie for us? And secondly, what's the ball on top of the conning tower?
Okay, so the first one is, can we say hi to Maddie, which I assume is known? That's not a code for anything.
I can say hi to Maddie.
And the second thing is, what is the circular ball on the top of the ship?
So there are a few, but the big one is for internet communications, which gives us internet coverage all down in the Antarctic and keeps us in communication. Although ironically, it's not working here because the signal's blocked, like all things I think. But yes, it will work in the Antarctic.
So you can get Netflix on your ship and things like that?
No, it's not quite that good.
Okay.
It's enough for email, but and a web page will load, but very slowly, but not for streaming or anything like that.
Oh, well. Yep, we'll come up here again.
So I've got 3 quick questions.
I'm going to restrict you to one. I'm going to restrict you to one. I'm going to be strict.
What do you do with all your poo?
What do you do with the waste products, let's say?
We have a sewage treatment plant on board that processes it and purifies it all. And manufacturers say when it comes out of there, you could drink it. I wouldn't want to try it, but that's what they say. When we're in the polar regions, we can retain it all on board. But when we're out of the polar regions, we can discharge it because it's so pure. So yes, it all gets discharged after being purified. If we're in port for a long time, then we could discharge it ashore to reception facilities as well, but that's quite unusual.
Excellent. Yes?
Hi, so my understanding is Dave Attenborough has pre-recorded the announcements. Would it be possible for the captain to play one for us?
Ooh, okay. So the question is, we have the understanding that David Attenborough has recorded all the announcements on board ship. We're wondering if one could be played for us, or is that not allowed?
Yeah, we could. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. I'll do it now. There you go. Could you play a David Attenborough announcement for me? Maybe the King Neptune one. Yeah, but not in cabin. Thanks a lot. Coming up.
That was a really good question. That's very unusual.
It'll take a few minutes, so we could start another question.
All right, okay. We'll go to another. I'm going to go right up to the back, I think, this time. I'll come to you from here. Don't worry about shouting out. I'll repeat.
Can you ask the captain for examples of climate change damage from places he's revisited a lot over the years?
Good question. So the question is, do you have any examples of climate change that you've witnessed yourself from the various places that you've been to and revisited over the years?
I don't. I think the ice is different every year we go. Sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less. I mean, the glaciers is where you do notice it in around South Georgia, but it's not.
Your attention, please. King Neptune has been sighted on deck.
That's a good one.
So we would play that announcement for the crossing the line ceremony, which I'm sure you're probably aware, seafaring tradition. When we cross the equator, we have to welcome King Neptune on board and put people through a certain series of punishments that haven't crossed and grant them the rite of passage. So we would use that to open the ceremony for crossing the line.
Oh, excellent. That's brilliant. Let me come around to the other side. Yeah, there you go.
How old is the British Antarctic Survey?
Oh, great question. How old is the British Antarctic Survey itself?
Well, 1956, the organisation was formed, but it was called the Falkland Island Dependency Survey. And the date when it actually became called British Antarctic Survey, I forget, but I think it was either late 50s or early 60s.
We've got time for a few more, I think. Oh, I'll go straight here.
Is the stuff always the same on board, like every year?
So the question is whether the staff are the same every year on the boat, or I guess maybe we could expand it out. What's the turnaround like, or how many missions do people go on?
So we have 2 crews working 3 months on, 3 months off, and we don't have much turnover because most people really like it here and want to keep working. But yeah, we do get some. But yeah, we have two distinct crews, and we do 100% crew change each time.
Okay.
What's your favourite thing about sailing to Antarctica?
A straightforward question. What's your favourite thing about sailing to Antarctica?
Ice and ice navigation.
Is there anyone on board that doesn't like ice? I mean, I would assume they didn't stay for long, you know.
No, there isn't. I think everyone does this job because they love the Antarctic and love what we do. And that's really nice because it makes me surrounded by people that want to be there, which makes a real difference.
Brilliant. Okay, we've got a few more. How do you get fresh water on board?
So we have two methods of making fresh water. One is using reverse osmosis, and the other is using evaporation. Both take seawater in, and then you get fresh water out. We can make around 30 tonne of fresh water a day using either method.
Okay. We had just a few on this side. We'll go to this. Oh, okay. Possibly quite a morbid question. What happens if the ship sinks in the poles?
Well, we take lots of precautions to make sure that doesn't happen. But if it did, we have 2 lifeboats. And if it happened in the ice, we have enough equipment on board to keep everyone alive, or keep 90 people alive for 20 days in a camp on the ice if we had to abandon. But I'm very hopeful and optimistic that that's all equipment will never be used, but we do have the capability to be able to do that.
Excellent. Okay, time for 1 or 2 more, and then we'll...
Is Arctic different to Antarctic, so in terms of ice and landscape?
Okay. So the question is whether the Arctic and the Antarctic are different, and how different are they in terms of the landscape? And I suppose actually it is interesting, the ice itself.
So yes, they're very different, mainly because the Antarctic is land that is surrounded by an ocean, whereas the Arctic is an ocean that's surrounded by land. You can't take a ship to the South Pole because there's land there, but you can take a ship to the North Pole because there's sea there. So the Arctic is a lot more ice, and there's a lot more multi-year ice in the Arctic because it's surrounded by land that holds it in more, whereas the Antarctic, you've got the land and you've got peripheries around the edge, so there's less ice that survives over the summer just because of the geography of it. So yes, they're very different. We enjoy going to both. The wildlife's different. Obviously, penguins only in the south, polar bears only in the north, but yeah, we like seeing both.
Okay, I'm going to go for one last question because I know we would ask questions all day, I'm sure, but we've just got time for, I think, one more. Oh, good question. When the crew changes, does the captain change?
Yes, we do.
Pretty straightforward. It's very selfish of me, but I've got one question, if you don't mind me asking. I mean, I wanted to ask this of the captain. When you go down, because you're going so far south, because you're going right down into the deep latitudes, does navigation itself change? Because your lines of longitude are beginning to converge. Does that make things more difficult, literally just steering the ship around?
It does. It can make charting more difficult, but there are ways we can make it easier. But yes, because of the distortion and how it's projected, it can make it more challenging. The thing that makes it really challenging tends to be poor survey data in the polar regions. But we've got a forward-looking sonar that can look out for uncharted rocks and things like that.
He's very unflappable, right? He's very, very calm. This is exactly who you want to be in charge. Well, folks, as I say, I know we would ask questions all day, but the captain is, I'm sure you understand, incredibly busy. So can we say thank you once again to Captain Will Whatley? Thank you so much for your time, Captain. We wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you so much for coming. This is the last talk of today. We have talks all day tomorrow. We also have the exhibits that are up tomorrow. Please go and have a look at the ship itself, which is out on the Thames. Don't forget about that. Make sure you go and check that out. But there's all sorts of stuff going on here throughout Royal Museums Greenwich, and particularly in the National Maritime Museum. So please do check out all the stuff that we've going on. Well, no, I think that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. It was really nice to see everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.